Previously, in the Age of Ashes, the heroes arrived to learn that the head counselor, Baltus Burton, had turned Breachill against them, to some ends still unknown. You who have caused such suffering and harm to the good people of Breachill and Isker, lay down your arms and surrender immediately, or be stricken down.
What is going on? Inform us.
Is there a potential status report to give us?
Assuming that you are the heroes of which Tyrannus spoke, you are the stewards of Citadel Altarian now.
That would be correct.
You are wanted men.
I'm afraid Baltus has flown off his handle. I mean, we have nothing to do with the Scarlet Triad. We went after the Scarlet Triad because they came here and tried to kill Crag.
That was my understanding.
And
of what little I knew of it.
Incidentally, they're all dead now.
And
I'm a baroness.
And upon our return to Breachill, of course, as you saw there, we learned that all was not necessarily well. We have some minor problems in the town. And after the end of last week's session, as we left off, we had at least diagnosed the problems as being Baltus Burton in the entirety of his existence.
He needs Rogaine.
He needs Rogaine.
This is our quest for Rogaine. If he gets Rogaine, he'll be happy again.
And we had left with Marshall just drinking away at the Pig's Ear. The three of you finding temporary lodging in Wizard's Grace, and Trishik
Making things.
Somewhere doing
Illegal things.
Doing Trishik stuff. Just where are you, Trishik? Where have you gone?
Probably about halfway up the tunnel, back towards the castle. And
it's a very narrow tunnel.
I'm a lizard.
That's fair.
But
gonna sit in your little hole in the ground
and just make
sit on the floor, lay out a little mat, and just do some potionizing. Alchemate some things down there.
Poison crafting and drug making are not done in a comfy and public place.
But how are you going to last all the time without any stockpile of dead bodies to consume?
Well, I have a telepathic communication that says, please leave food at X location.
Okay, I guess that technically works.
I'll have the
Resume, I'm hungry. Bring me more tendies.
Mom, I ate all the fries.
So, as we had arrived here fairly early in the day at Citadel Altarian, dealt with the pair of Hell Knights now up in the fortress itself, and made our way back down into town. The time had moved on to the afternoon, as the group of you would arrange your lodging. After that, Resme, what are you doing?
Well, the first thing I need to do is I have a little bit of shopping to do. So we're going to go see our favorite man in the gray hat.
I like
it's
how
time to go see
gets.
Man in Piak.
The hat, in excitement, gets fully erect when you put it on.
It's ready. It's got like, it actually has like a wire support in it that keeps this. It's like kind of posable. I could change this around.
I don't know if I should be.
Yeah, it's like
about that
a
sad.
posable. Like it feels like it's like a coat hanger
Giving me
frame
a
in
thumbs
there.
up now.
Hey.
So Resme wants to head down to Man in Piak's store. You two, you coming along?
I'm sure you don't need me for that.
Of course not.
Listening to the man talk just gives me such a headache.
I love talking to him. He's such a wizard. Wizard. Yeah, he's a wizard.
I'll remind you, the man literally lost half of his lifespan out of nowhere.
He'll find it again.
I don't think it works that way.
Of course it does.
Look,
You just don't understand the metaphysical the juxtaposition of equations in this man's head, and she'll start actually going on off about the theory.
Right. Well, I'll be right. I've got an errand to run. Something I think will be much more useful than me listening to this.
One day, time's gonna catch up to him, and he's just gonna be in his late 30s.
He's gonna like instant Benjamin Button. Just jump backwards 40 years. So Rasheen, are these errands just anything else, or do you have anything else you need accomplished?
I do have an idea of one thing I would like to do. Lord Solomar seemed particularly incensed and desired to go check up on his wife, which all I know is somewhere in Breachill. And eventually he decided that it was a bad idea to walk down there and show he was clearly not mind-controlled anymore as he went to look for her. But Roisin would like to try to look her up and convince her to travel back up to Citadel Altarian to be with him, so he doesn't get impatient and concoct a reasonable reason in his head why he should come down to town to look for her and demonstrably not be mind-controlled anymore.
Fair enough. And Rez, what are you up to?
Well, I don't know this.
You don't know this town,
Hey,
so
he
I
looks
imagine...
between Resme, Rasheen.
Oh, why don't you go along to Madame Piox? You'll love the
Pulls
chap.
out a coin, head, tails, flips it, it lands on the ground, he starts walking to Rasheen.
You, Colby the person, have not met Manon Piak,
No.
have you?
No, you're coming with me.
Today is gonna be a good day. Oh, today is gonna be a good day. So, we'll start there, as Resme and Raz head into what was once Voz's bookstore on the northwestern end of Breachill, to head into the ever-cluttered office now of Manon Piak, where the walls are full of racks, shelves, chests and barrels of storage of all kinds of tomes and scrolls, maps, and other random esoteric bits of knowledge. Not all scribed traditionally on paper, but some on rolled leathers, some almost maybe printed on thin sheets of metal or even slabs of stone and clay. Around that, staves and robes displayed at odd angles in various positions, and peculiar esoteric trinkets and oddments punctuating all of this, making it somewhat difficult to really even get the two of you, and neither of you are particularly large people, in through the doorway without really disturbing much of anything. But amidst all of this would be Manon Piak himself. The old wizard with a drab, gray, wide-brimmed, very floppy hat, matching a near-identical robe, the plainest possible dress a man could wear, and an enormous, gnarled, gray beard to match, coming down below the level of the desk he's sat behind, as he sits with one hand occasionally wavering with bits of scintillating magic, the other with a quill, writing down notations. He doesn't even seem to immediately notice as the pair of you enters. He's quite absorbed in whatever it is that he's doing.
Hello.
Yes, I recognize you.
He does?
You were the nice lady. Hold on. Was that here? Or have we met? I apologize. I feel like you would be more memorable, someone I would certainly be familiar with if we had been introduced. Manon Piak, both of you, Master Wizard.
I don't believe we've met, sir, but you are extremely welcome to take my hand if you wish.
You look so strangely familiar. I feel... Oh, I really do apologize for any offense if we've been introduced prior. I know... I'm sorry. It's been a confusing year for old Piak.
I understand. You're one half cast short of a full spell, huh?
See, for you, we must have met then.
No,
if you
no,
have
I've-
some familiarity, or have you read my treatises
Of course
on
I've read your
Paleokian
treatises.
magic?
Of course.
Oh, well, then you might be interested to know that I have been working towards a new development. I have been using some simple modifications to a sending magic to attempt to make contact with, well, myself, or at least some version of it. The way I can understand this is that if I use this magic to send a message across planes, across perhaps even something beyond that, near adjacent realities even, to just briefly make the smallest amount of contact with an alternate version of myself. Not quite enough to destroy the fabric of reality, but enough so just to get a glimpse of verifiable existence and then cut short the conduit.
But had you considered already that your future self, who you might have cast into another time already, might have already done that, and is now communicating to you, telling you to go do this because he knows it can be done because he's already done it?
It is entirely a possibility, and thus whatever information I may glean from adjacent realities and possible associated dimensions, it's worth the investigation.
I agree. Hi.
Raz just raises a hand.
Hello,
Hi.
my good fellow.
Hi, yes. I'm Raz. Just Raz. Why?
Well, I've found an interesting feature, perhaps, of this inter-reality contact. In that, to our perception, from our station, whatever point in time and space this exact moment here in the shop happens to be, that reality technically doesn't exist. But if I make contact with it via some kind of branch of magic, either sending or any kind of interplanar travel, if it were going to be terribly risky, for that brief moment in which they are engaged, even by our perception, they manifest, but only while being observed. This allows me to manipulate these alternate realities at a subtle level. As to our perception, again, they're only progressing while I'm making contact with them.
But what if the one you are contacting turns out to be like an evil version of you and comes into existence and then proceeds to use your knowledge for great evil and destruction?
Well, if such a situation were to occur, then when I realized this contact was folly, again, to our perception, these realities are negligible. They truly can't even be properly measured or observed in any way. So we simply ignore them, and I modify the spell to attempt to contact another. Yes, hello, good sir. I believe we had introduced.
But why? What's the purpose? What do you get out of it? What do we learn? What do we achieve?
An excellent question, my good fellow, and one that I hope to answer in coming years.
I think the answer is because.
Oh, okay.
Why do you sing? Why do you write poetry?
Can I have this book?
As he hold up a journal, he kind of looks and then reaches down behind the desk and pulls up a rather thick pair of almost perfectly circular glasses that he holds up to his face, with one of the arms actually folded across the back, like in his line of vision, directly in the way, a little bothering to actually put them on. You were interested in the history of the Valkyrian people of the Frozen North as seen through the Varisian travelers of the 31st century?
It sounded interesting.
It is very much interesting.
Can I have it?
That one is should be easily replaceable enough. How to say a silver piece?
Done.
Anyway, is there something in particular I may assist the pair of you with, or did you simply wish to browse my numerous myriad wares? Or were you interested, perhaps, in my teachings of Paokian magic?
Well, as much as the latter do interest me, I did have a purchase to make in mind, and was hoping you could help me. You see, I do quite a bit of traveling for my particular line of work.
Of course.
And I realize that one can never be too prepared for the vagaries of travel, the utter disasters which can await a young woman traveling alone
And
in the
therein
world.
lies...
I thought I was traveling with you.
A young lady traveling alone through the world.
And
I don't think we exist.
I very much agree. And as a matter of fact, I have been working to produce, and he pulls another book up from the shelf, looks at it, puts it back down, and stands up and moves a bit around his desk to pull something, a couple of things for him to put the book. Here it is. I had been working to produce an interesting adaptation of Introductions to Payokian Magic, and that is Payokian Magic for Self-Defense for the Common Apprentice. When given the opportunity, with only a few weeks of preparation, you can use even simple cantrips, amplified through unfinished castings to defend yourself against common rabble-rousers.
Well, I think that would be rather useful, but I was also thinking about something a little more concrete, perhaps something to modify.
This is very well concrete. In all of my testings of this, the magic has functioned consistently nearly 35% of the time I've attempted it.
But I was really hoping for something that might just give me some overall improvement to my performance in different areas of my skills.
Okay, I have...
I'll take the book also.
A perfect trinket here, and he opens a small... Oh, I've only one left of them, actually. This is called a hero point. It allows you to manipulate a single point in time, demonstrated by the fate of the gods, or perhaps even pure randomness, to re-attempt it for a better result. But it's not for you, it's for Kashyyyk.
Man, and Piak is meta as heck.
This man's been half casting a cantrip for 3 weeks to deal with an annoying neighbor.
Thank you for that to say.
This man half casts his bowel movements.
I don't want to think about the potential.
Who needs a beta?
Who needs a beta?
Oh, God. Who needs a beta?
Who needs it?
I see. You were looking for something.
I'd also like your book because your theories do interest me, and magic is always useful, but you have to admit that the physical protections that magic can afford are also useful.
Oh, of course, very much so. Although in the case you seem to be after, your general physical performance, as it were, perhaps in this situation, magic may not suffice quite as well as alchemy. And may I perhaps recommend that there is a fine series of potions that can be distilled from the fang of the purple worm that has been very well proven to enhance libido.
That wasn't what I was referring to. Oh my god! And she will blush red as a beet. I was thinking of something I could put in my armor.
Oh, like a rune, perhaps. Oh, that makes far more sense and is significantly less awkward. Fair enough.
My virtue is certainly not for sale, good man.
Hey, you want to huff some purple worm? No? Okay, sorry. Oh, God.
You hear like from Rad, you hear a little as he's tearing pages out of the book that he's bought and just stuffing them in pockets.
The rat is on the mic now.
The rat is on the mic.
But, of course, far
he is.
simpler, blander magic, I suppose. Quite simplistic ornamentations and enchantments to cast out. Certainly, I have several
just
around.
gotten a visual image of you utilizing them yourself, and I'm really regretting having asked the question. But yes, I shall take one of those runes, I think.
The runes can be applied in myriad of ways, not only to weapons and armor, as is the common parlance of the mercenary folk, of course, but also to common clothing and robes as well. I, for instance, have several runes endowed in this very robe to enhance my own potency. With magic, of course.
Indeed.
I find that they help to extend my reach with the more peculiar spells I attempt, especially ones with which I am unfamiliar.
All right, I'm willing to bite, I suppose.
Well, what you're looking for, I imagine, is something much simpler. Some basic potency, perhaps, for Well, I don't know if do you have traveling armor?
Yes, and my potency's just fine. It's more generalized defense that I'm looking for.
I see. Well, I have a variety of various runes available for selection that may be useful to assist the traveler in their journeys, and he would take him some time in the organization of this shop that even he does not seem to quite fully understand.
Severin is moving things around also because a lot of them are shiny.
Locate a variety of some various runes inscribed on simple, round, almost like large button rune stones. Not even of proper stone, but of a very hard, almost like plastic-like material. That's very blank and plain, save for the runic sigil inscribed in their center. And he would have basically any runes that you could possibly want available right now. What are you after?
I am after the rune of +1 to all of your saves.
Resilient.
That is what I
Resilient, fundamental runes he definitely has.
I am fun and he is mental. Together, we can purchase this rune.
You're fun and mental.
You're funding his mental.
I don't think I am.
For a simple resiliency rune, you would absolutely have one, and we'll be able to, after again some difficulty, pull out and find. You just want one?
Yep.
Does Reyes want anything?
I want this book too.
His pages smell nice.
6 coppers for that one. That one is out of date, you'll find, by a few centuries.
What about this page? He just flips over to one page.
But I'll have to bring it closer so I can see this one. This is a recounting of the attempts of Sir Alder Rowe to attempt to follow in the footsteps of his deity Kalian at the test of the Starstone. He failed utterly. You've never heard from him again.
Oh, that's sad.
I want that one page.
You want one?
I'll buy the whole book. It's fine.
Fair enough.
I'll give it to
Hands
you.
it to you. Such is unfortunately the fate of nearly all who attempt the test of the Starstone. It is widely accepted as generally unwise.
Yes. I actually have a very popular perfume called the Starstone. It's one of our most popular scents.
It smells of failure.
It's aloof.
Would find myself curious as to what the scent of an object of such deific impact would be.
Oh.
Do you think it would even
She'll
be proper?
she'll put her wrist in his face. It smells like
Lettuce.
yes.
Smells very akin to lettuce.
Well, lettuce is extremely esoteric when you think about it.
Non-Euclidean, you might say.
Think about it.
Like all leaves.
They lay
really.
around on the ground and yet they roll nowhere.
Well, I have not been one to. I've never been one much for farming or for any proper studies of vegetation or even edible culinary salad ingredients, but that just seems a plain enough crop to me.
No, take my word for it. There is nothing like the lettuce leaf to entice the ladies.
Even more than the purple worm.
This is interesting. Perhaps, if it bears merit anyway. Well, was there anything else that you were after aside from these few tomes and this rune?
No, I think that will do nicely, Mr. Piak. It's been quite a pleasure to converse with you, though. You're such a learned man. You know so much.
And perhaps if you find yourselves, this town does not seem to get terribly much for travel and trade, but within the coming months, and hopefully by the end of the year, a new volume of Payokian magic should be available, assuming that this testing with the contact to ether realms goes as planned and doesn't end in either my own death, the voiding of existence as we know it, or simply nothing.
Well, I have all 17 other of your collection, so I should think I'd want to collect the 18th. It's lucky.
It is always good to find one with a proper head for the powerful possibilities of manipulation of reality. Hello again, good sir.
He's grabbed the book that he showed her earlier. I've grabbed it, the one about cantrips. I think this phrase is wrong.
Well, it is a rather new copy, one of my newest publications. It is not entirely past, full proofreading and publication yet, so perhaps, is it a grammatical error?
No, he pulls
Because
out
I have been told that I frequently misunderstand the common use of the semicolon.
he pulls out a quill and scratches out part of the phrase and rewrites it into completely something different. It'll work better that way.
Takes it.
Raz, that's not even in common.
No, it's an interesting theory. It is something I had briefly considered, but I found that the problem was when attempting to extend magic, chaining from one cantrip to the next, that such a method frequently ends in the accidental incineration of one's own fingertips.
But the problem with the phrase you had is it made it too complex to cast easily. With that, you reduce the amount of words and the amount of phrases you need, and it makes it a lot easier to cast.
Well, I'll have you know now, simplicity is far from the goal of Paokian magic.
Oh yeah, simplicity is far from the goal, but if you make it too complex, you can't do anything.
Well, that's what the tome is for.
Well, even
to
with the
keep
tome?
all the information in order.
Well, yes, but when you're going from one phrase to the next, you want it to be as easy as possible.
Why do they call it a tome and not a tomb? How does one even know which O to use?
Well, if it's a tomb, that means the dollars be dead.
Oh, I know, but like when you look at it, when you think about it. This has been a very interesting discussion, but I'm afraid we do have to be getting on.
Well, it has been a pleasure to meet the both of you. Again, it is rare that I am blessed with new customers, and especially rare that they show such interest as yourself.
Yes, we'll come back later when I've learned a little bit more about interdimensional teleportation. I really did want to discuss my theories with you, but don't have the time at the moment.
And I believe when that time comes, I think that it is something I have some experience with, though due to the nature of the act itself, one can never be quite positive.
It's true, accidents do happen.
Almost with 100% frequency when such things are concerned.
Indeed. Well, thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day. Always a pleasure.
So,
That was
As
Man and
we're,
Piot.
as we're leaving, the Taz is trailing behind on the ground. He has another scrap of paper in his mouth that he's ripped out of another book.
this is like a full sheet of paper.
No, it's just a little...
Just a little corner that he took. He's like, I want this.
Yeah.
You guys are...
Severin has a marble in his mouth. He doesn't know where he got it.
Next
You guys
episode
are
of Hoarders.
a menace to society.
They are.
As much as I don't want to say anything, you did get a hero or a villain.
Well, I did see that, and I was going to say, I was waiting until after. There's a villain point, and there was a point for resume, both of which we are already both at 3 points already. So those redemptions do have a maximum. We can't go beyond
You can't?
the stack of
Buddy
3.
went to 5.
Yeah, that was a terrible mistake. We don't So I see Arcadis, we at least have a mod in the chat. Can you refund those, please? Because we are capped. If somebody already has 3 points, we cannot take any more than that, because then it just descends very quickly into a fiesta of no dice rolls matter and we re-roll everything.
But you
There must be a line.
But you should know that I really do appreciate your hero point,
Yes.
and you're going on my list of people who will not be eliminated in the coming resume apocalypse.
I have yet to make that list.
But thank you, Mad Cats and New Juju, for the support. And since you should get those Paizo points refunded so that you can use those in the future for such shenanigans.
While you're at it, accidentally forget to not refund the villain point.
So, Roshin, Man and Piok has blurred my brain. What was it you were doing?
That's why Roshin did not go to that store. Did not want my brain blurred as well. She's going to try to find where Lady Solomar is.
Right. So you were not disguised as you were not on any of this information before, right? Or you don't
I
have
am
the cloak.
wearing the cloak of.
You have the
I don't
cloak
know
of
who
you're
you.
an incredibly
yeah,
boring
I'm
person.
I'm the cloak of some guy.
So as you go around Breachill trying to find, there's not a ton of taverns really. There's not a huge
One might say I'm trying to gather information.
variety. You would absolutely be trying to gather some information here. So, do you want to roll me to traditionally that's done with society? We're trying to get the information from the society
Is it
of
now?
people that are in Breachill. It is the new diplomacy, they say.
Can I use the old diplomacy?
What would that be?
That would be probably involving a skill feat that I don't have.
Yeah. It is actually. I have it.
Give me some society, comrade.
Woo! Here goes! It's exciting!
Yes! Perfect!
You had one job.
Oh, I love to
And
see it.
it succeeded. That is the job. It wasn't the job I wanted, but it was the job I needed right
And
now.
this is why dice cam is good. This is why I am happy to have dice cams now, so we can all collectively watch.
You on the street. Where's
one.
Lady Solomar?
Where is Lady Solomar? As you ask around, because I'm curious and it's worth a moment to pause and look at this. Is there a critical failure for gather information in second edition? Because man, we're having a good time.
I think it's called farting repeatedly.
Or just
I mean, I might just learn something entirely wrong.
As you ask around the town of Breachill looking to see anything about this Lady Solomar, nobody has absolutely any idea what you're talking about. This is
It's probably the accent.
they don't know. They don't seem to take terribly kindly to a weird hooded stranger poking around inns asking about a Lady Solomar.
Who smells
that
of blood and
nobody's-
gore.
yeah, who smells of blood and murder.
Hey, they don't notice that. It's normal every guy smell, not the
smell like you
distinct
haven't
smell
showered.
of gore.
blood and murder. Boring.
No, because I believe that the negative effect of your curse cannot be reduced by any means.
You have a point. You're right.
So you may not be immediately recognizable, but a simple enchanted cape isn't going to make you smell like less death and slaughter.
That's fair. That
couldn't be
fair.
altered.
People, no.
No,
It cannot be
curses.
altered, it can't be hidden. You can do absolutely nothing to negate
There's no getting
the
rid of your
presence of the
curse.
curse. And people don't seem to be very excited about this. Do you get the feeling that if anyone actually does know who Lady Solomar is or where she is, that if anything, she has probably been warned to go into hiding because a weird serial killer is stalking her through Breachill. So, finding her, you are not.
All right.
Finding her, you are not.
Well, this didn't work out, and before I get myself with a face on a bounty, which admittedly probably wouldn't be very noticeable, I'm going to activate this cloak here and activate that magic where they don't remember me.
Well, gathering information, you can use that for a conversation, but gathering information is over the course of a couple of hours.
The cloak is individual only, I believe.
4 hours,
Okay.
as you spend most of the afternoon trying to ask around a town that you are largely unfamiliar with.
Fair enough.
Getting what I will now refer to as the Breachill experience. Everybody is useless and nobody has any answers to my questions. Drashik, meanwhile, is in a pit making poison. And Marshall, who drank away much of the morning and the early afternoon, did that ever change as the day wore on?
I'm pretty sure I cleaned out the entire bar of alcohol and food at this point.
Pretty sure you underestimate the pigs here and the quality of their renovations and investments.
You know what? Challenge accepted.
And the owner's willingness to water down the ale.
Oh no. Marshall would just, oh god, why is there a giant in the bar?
White Claw is top shelf in this bar.
I think it's
I
above their
think he would
standard.
just grow and smash the place out of spite.
Later in the day, as this afternoon had passed with requisition of some materials, attempt to access information, poison brewing and just general drunken shenanigans.
And putting the rune in my armor.
That would take that takes like a whole downtime day, so you have to do it a separate day.
I'll do that tomorrow, yeah.
I imagine, other than Trishik, who probably isn't going to come home to be a person because he never does.
I will tell. I mean,
You
Resme
have your
knows what I'm
telepathic
doing.
connection, right? You have the Eye of the Wise.
I'll make sure he has food left out for him.
What is he, like a stray cat?
Yes.
It's a jar of pickled ears.
You just tell Zeri Starflower to just leave some crap down.
Just leave some crap.
Just leave a sandwich. Would you, as night was coming and there was no immediate sign of Marshall coming to the Wizard's Grace?
Does Marshall know we went to the Wizard's Grace?
Nope.
We didn't.
I don't remember him going there.
From the outer wall of Breachill,
Went straight
to
to
the
the
Pig's
Pig's
Ear to
Ear.
go drink. He does not know you have a place.
I would probably not wait for Marshall then, because I think that would be a pretty fruitless task.
I think I'm the only person who knows where Marshall is.
Yeah, no,
mean,
no.
it's not
Roshin
like-
knows where he
I
is.
don't think an effort to find him
Everyone
would be
knows where
difficult.
Marshall is.
There's not at this
Where's the
tavern, he's
closest
at the
bar?
other
He's
one.
there.
It's just he isn't going to appear here anytime soon.
He's going to the one bar that he knows about and is satisfied with that.
If he's not fighting, he's eating and drinking. That's all that matters.
So yeah, I'm going to. Well, first off, go ahead and let the boss know where I'm going,
Oh, of course.
and then I'm gonna head across town to the Pig's Ear, which is where I left him the last time I was in Breachill. So maybe he's there.
And he would, in fact, still be there, seemingly having not moved from his seat for what might literally be the entirety of the day.
Well, actually, at this point, if it's near the end of the day, he's sprawled up across the bar top, like snoring with like half a potato in his mouth, and
The Pig's Ear has regressed in your absence.
Perhaps I won't bring him to the Wizard's Grace.
went from 4-star rating to 2 very quickly.
Well,
No,
that's
it
where
was
it
like-
started, so we've just come full circle.
Have a seat at the bar next to Marshall. Order an ale. I'm just gonna sit and wait and see if he wakes up.
Just throw in the YOLO
Yep.
die.
Yellow.
What does the die say?
It says an 8
That's a 9.
or 9. Sorry. It's at a weird angle.
Numbers are hard.
Numbers are hard.
He's a barbarian.
Ah!
Oh, you're awake. I wasn't sure if you're gonna be down for the night.
She?
Well, who else would be sitting next to your face at this type of time?
I imagine you still have the cloak on. So
I
you
totally
don't
do.
look like Rasheen.
He's
Nor sound like Rasheen.
I do smell like
You
her.
do smell like
he
Rasheen.
picks up his mug. You don't look like Machine, but you smell like her.
Yes, I found this actually been quite a bit of a difficulty today.
You want to smell something else?
Whenever you ask anyone that, it's never anything pleasant.
He just takes one of the kegs from behind the bar. Smell this. This is an insult to ale. I drank maybe 12 kegs of this, and I'm barely tipsy.
We're just glad to see the Pig's Ear is having such great business selling its mediocre material.
And,
It's an insult! Smashes it on the ground.
Zuri just kind of jumps back from behind the bar when this thing explodes. Oh, come on now!
Ah,
You're half
Pete.
me stock and going to smash the rest?
I mean,
Just
I can
put it on
smash
the-
everything else if you want me to.
Just put it on the tab.
Is he a friend of yours?
Associate.
Well, either way, I'm not giving it a room for the evening, not after everything he's gone through. Get him out of here!
I'm not taking to Wizard's Grace. It's not happening.
Get him out of here, or I'll have Dolphin do it. Dolphin is like way.
Marshall looks at him and goes, "Come on, you want to wrestle with the big boy? Come on."
Marshall, come on.
But I want to play on board.
We'd like to be able to come back to this tavern at some point in the future.
Not with their watered down nonsense.
I'm sure they wouldn't be trying to give you any of that in the future now, would they?
As he's walking out, he just the whole.
Can I throw a coerce at that?
Sure.
I have lasting coercion. It might last a while.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Much better.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's a 41.
So
There's one thing Roshin does.
with a 41,
Everyone.
Zuri puts her hand up. Fine. Whatever. Just get him out of the bar. Seen enough of his face for one day.
Come along, Marshall.
Fine.
We've worn out her welcome here, but that's the way it's supposed to be at a bar. Come along.
As Marshall walks out, he just, out of spite, just takes the closest bar table that's just there and just flips it.
Flips a random table.
You're a terrible bar guest, you know that. You know Caden Killian frowns on rowdy drunks.
Don't you know? If you flip a table, that means it's bad service. That's dwarven culture.
I'm learning new things every day. It just sounds like you're being an angry drunk. Is it
do you
dwarven culture to be an angry drunk?
Yes.
Oh, fair enough then.
Enough, then. You got nothing to come back on that one, I suppose.
I have no idea where we're going to sleep tonight, but it is not going to be the Wizard's Grace. I'm not bringing Marshall there.
Marshall was so used to sleeping anywhere, literally anywhere,
We do have a castle.
and he doesn't care. So,
We totally do, actually.
and that's true. We do have a castle.
You do have a castle ways out of town that you could walk to if you want to just drag him up to Citadel Altarian.
It literally takes like half a day to get up there, doesn't it?
It does. It's quite a journey. It's a few hours. It's 10 miles.
I don't really want to do that.
With Marshall.
10 miles on like kind of loose hiking trails, so it takes a minute.
Is there a guard that I can see around?
I mean, there would probably. You are very up on the far end of town, so the nearest guard would probably be the one at the north gate.
He'll know somewhere we can go. Need a flop house, we can spend the night. Me and my friend. Preferably one not too terribly picky.
And she pointed out, well, the closest I imagine is the pigs here tapping right down the road. So I'm pretty sure I just saw you coming from there.
Right, there is a disagreement over the quality of the ale that was being served. It'd be best if we left him alone for a little bit.
That's fair enough. I do believe that there... I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I don't have the Breachill sheet in front of me, but there is one for... There's a Caden Kalian inn in town as well. That's not the Pig's Ear, but not super upscale.
Caden Kalian's in, alright. So it's Caden Kalian's place. So the dwarven
Caden's
culture...
Keg is what it's called.
Caden's Keg. Dwarven culture, the angry drunk thing doesn't fly there, so we've got to go ahead and be polite.
Oh,
When in
maybe-
Taldor and all of that, not that I've ever followed that advice, but when in
Yeah.
Taldor,
Barkeep's actually a cleric, I believe. And a worshipper of the faith, faith most his whole life.
it's actually a spectacular, fantastic idea. A religion rolled hating around drinking. Spectacular. Amazing it hasn't taken over the place. Yes, directions, please, and we'll head on off that way.
I suppose. Better get a good drink.
And he'll send you off and get you down there. And you'll make your way down to Caden's Keg to find that the proprietor actually surprisingly looks to be an elf. Where typically you do have the stereotype of the Cadenite, the brown-haired, well-off Taldan, middle class or lower nobility Caden worshipping. Because if he was richer, he'd worship Abadar. Such is the way of Taldor. But no, it's a fairly well-dressed elven man that I don't believe anyone has actually seen in Breachill before.
Huh.
With the telltale, full, dark eyes of a full-blooded elf. Neat nod. Hi. Looking for some drinks or a bed for the evening? From the Caden's Keg, we got both.
Oh, we'll take them both then.
And you would be able to get the pair of you into a decent enough place to rest for the evening.
Once we're safely secured, I'm going to cast Ascending to Resme to let her know where we are.
Fair enough. I don't know, you had to escort Marshall somewhere a little less bad.
Not bringing him to Wizard's Grace.
So the two of you, meanwhile, who are in Wizard's Grace, have you gone up to your room, or are you like getting dinner or drinks or anything? Or are you, as it's not like night yet, but close to sundown?
So I figure I should pretty much start setting the stage for my persona, and it would help to get noticed. So we're going to put on some of the very highfalutin outfits that I got when I was in
Kintargo?
Kintargo, I'm going to look very not Breachill.
Peak, not Breachill. What about you, Riz?
If I could get a table downstairs, I actually have one of those books that just got, and it's just, the pages are ripped out and spread across the table, and I'm just going over it. Just on the table, all fours on the table, just reading over it, occasionally getting a drink to drink.
So the Wizard's Grace is far from the busiest tavern in Breachill, but it is the closest they have to one upscale. But as you're sorting through these pages on a table when resume comes down, you, being the one who would recognize it, would actually see the man that you had scouted with Severin, the man who had been outside the town hall with the guards by Monument Circle, come in through the front door, using his large, gnarled cane, which almost has a spiraling design of whorls going all the way up its length, before it ends in a large clubbed top, following no particular design or holy symbols or anything you can really discern, so much as just sort of spiraling, almost geometric style. He's not walking out like it's a cane or anything. He looks like a fairly young man. He just has it out in front of him, just kind of matching the pace of his right foot with it as he comes in, looking almost a little disappointed. And he would walk right up to the bar and motion to Trinnell and just hold up a finger. And she would quickly, with her cantrips, get a drink going for him.
Well, Resme is wearing a black silk dress that is very closely cut and tight and drops all the way down and flares out at the bottom in black silk.
So it kind of looks like that Dress to Kill Roshin shirt that we
Yes.
have in our merch store.
and she's wearing the sleeves that are see-through. And then she's wearing little black diamond accents through her hair. And she's wearing very expensive perfume.
And he's sitting at the bar. He gets his drink. And he doesn't go to sit with anyone. He's clearly just sat by himself. Just kind of sitting there. Mug up in front of him. Well, sort of dejected like. Just nursing at what is a pretty standard ale that one with any real tolerance would have disappear in a second. He has certainly taken his time.
I'll saunter over to the bar.
Pleasant evening, miss. He seems to immediately, even with just a simple greeting, have a little difficulty.
Lady.
Lady.
Lady Adele.
I apologies. Lady Adela. My name is Aram Matter. No lordly titles, unfortunately, but perhaps someday in the future, perhaps. And he puts his mug down on the table, pulling himself a little bit more upright, trying to change his expression to one of less kind of just passive disinterest and trying to look a little more upbeat and engaged.
Well, it's good to have social aspirations.
That's, truth be told, half the reason I made my way up to Breachill from Mandarin.
Indeed. Before we get to talking, I'm a bit parched. Dear, would you...
Absolutely, don't. Miss Oswald. And, one more for my friend here, please.
She'll,
And puts another pair of coppers down on the table.
She'll roll her eyes a little bit at the bartender, but accept it.
And he doesn't seem to notice. He's very clearly, you can see the calculations flying through this guy's mind as his brain is operating much faster than his actual body, trying to suss out how to handle this situation. So, Breachill is certainly a. Are you from Breachill?
No, I didn't even know Breachill existed until yesterday.
Oh, well, that's me neither. I'm not from Breachill either. I came from
You don't say.
Andoran, actually. They
Oh.
have this this thing they do monthly. This thing. It's a call for heroes, they say, is what I came for.
Oh.
I'm here to
Be a hero.
be the hero they need
Oh.
for the city.
You weren't the hero they wanted, but you're the hero they deserve.
Well, the hero they chose. That's who they picked.
That's
I love this guy.
So,
My God.
I guess you
Don't
could
poison
say,
him.
I guess. I guess you could say that, assuming that I'm able to fulfill the needs of this good town's humble, kind counselor, that I'll officially be a hero, an actual official hero of Breachill.
really. Is that what heroes look like? How interesting.
It will be soon. As soon as I track down these treason committing vandals, vagrants, even bandits.
What if they vandalized?
They're not bandits. They're worse than bandits. Bandits are simple. These are far worse than bandits. They're much more dangerous, much more like villains.
How nefarious and
Nefarious
terrifying.
indeed.
We got more Dane.
As he says that, King Mataz is on the counter in front of him with 2 copper pieces, like trying to pass it to the barkeep, trying to get her attention.
and again, Miss Usgold uses her cantrips to get drinks up pretty quickly. So, and I mean, there's not going to be a ton of people in here this evening. So, like, as you hop on the bar, she'd immediately turn to you.
Right, no, the rat. This is the rat.
Oh, Mataz.
Mataz.
Not
is,
Rez.
No, Mataz is on the bar trying to pass up 2 copper pieces to her. Squeaking.
And she would just kind of look down and look over to Raz.
Yeah, she's pointing at Raz on the table over there reading.
And she'd smile, take the pair of them with the cantrip, send a mug over the bar down towards the table next to Rez.
And he looks at the dude Resume's talking to, gives him the thumbs up and just scurries off.
Well, yes, this counselor has made it very clear to me that these nefarious villains, that's a perfect title, are no trifle. That they were once thought to be heroes themselves, but they turned. It's like a storybook tale of betrayal.
How terrible.
It is. It's horrible to hear. And now their very existence puts the entirety of this town at such deadly risk.
Do they smell?
I imagine terribly.
God.
It's accurate.
How
They must-
awful.
I imagine whatever dung-filled cave they spend their evenings hiding in. These villains, these foils, must be quaking in their boots with fear. But I have to be on alert. I have to be aware, as I have been all day at Monument Circle, as the councilor's wards have told me that they have returned.
And you thought they'd come in the front gate?
Well, I was waiting by the town hall, largely to see, any word from the guards that are watching around, or to see if they would pass by
Well,
town
shouldn't
hall
you?
itself, or...
Shouldn't you be protecting the counselor?
Well, the counselor is very invested, a good heart that he has, in the safety of his people.
Oh,
And
how lovely.
he knows that what's best for the good people of Breachill is that I spend my talents as I can to protect the common folk. So I've come here to, on
Wizard's
my
Grace.
rounds. Yes, to ensure that they weren't trying to hide in plain sight.
In Wizard's Grace.
In Wizard's Grace, on the very same.
Yes, I suppose that makes sense. If I was a nefarious villain, this is a lovely place. I would very much want to stay here.
Definitely not the secret tunnel under town. There's
course
no
not.
villains there.
I think this guy knows about the secret tunnel. Come on.
It's called the secret tunnel. No one
Baltus.
knows.
I don't even
Everyone
think
knows.
Baltus. Did you even tell
No,
Burton about the
he's
tunnel?
no
I don't think we
way.
He knows
did.
about the tunnel. I think it's you
Probably
guys
just because we forgot about
You
it.
guys in Zuri are like
Yep.
100% of
Yeah.
who, and Tyrannus is like everyone who actually knows about the tunnel.
That's how we're keeping
Because
it.
Tyrannus came through the tunnel with you originally too. So
Yes.
that's pretty much it. Nobody outside your little circle really knows except Zuri.
Well, you've certainly inspired my curiosity, I have to say. There's not much going on in this town. This chairman who says these people have done these horrible things. What is he doing to protect himself?
Oh, well, the counselor, well...
Can I listen in on this telepathically?
She'd have to, repeat it. She has to, say
No, I have to
things
say
into
it.
the
It's
crystal. It's
verbal.
basically a crystal walkie-talkie, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I imagine that he's sheltered himself in the town hall much. There's the common hall that he held the town for heroes there, meeting, or gathering chamber area. He has plenty of guards outside stationed around, making sure that he is safe, and he's taking efforts to protect himself, I'm sure. But he need not worry, because with I are a matter on this case. These villains truly have returned to the scene of their very crimes. It will not be long before they are caught, for I track them down. I'm able to turn in their wasteful corpses to the councilman to become a true hero.
Had you considered a title for yourself?
Corpse?
Well,
The only thing that matters.
doesn't matter. The only thing that matters. Well, it seems a bit. Well, I wouldn't want to. You wouldn't think that would come off as somewhat, I don't know, egotistical.
Of course not. I mean, look at you.
I am a very trained wizard.
You are a rare specimen.
I have put much time and much effort and years of practice into honing my magical craft, and that's why Councilor Burton chose me. And of all the aspiring heroes present that day, I was the one he chose for his calling. He saw it. He saw the potential.
And have you used your magical talents to help him set up protections for himself? I had no idea.
My more practical applications. I've never studied much of divinations, so I didn't have any way to try to sense or to scry or track or anything where these villains might be hiding. And most of my potent, mind you, the very, very potent, powerful magics that I command
I've been running into that word so often today, but continue.
they will be put more to task in battle, where I can prove my valor against however many of these folk dare to stand before me. Where they stand, a simple casting of a spell from my hand will leave them a pile of smoldering ashes.
But what if
and
they're
a threat no
sitting?
more. Well, a pile of ashes all the same.
Huh. How fascinating, how heroic.
I suppose that's why they call it the Call for Heroes. Why they take only those with such pure hearts and unshaking valor to stand to be heroes of this fine Breachill.
Do you think Boltus would be interested in hearing about my quest?
You have a quest, of course. Is it what brought you to Breachill?
It is. I am looking for the most valuable of all herbs and flowers, one of the rarest plants in existence. It is here, I have heard, in this tiny hamlet, in the surrounding area. It is worth more than its weight in platinum.
And you see his face kind of fall. This is alchemy.
It's herbalism, but it has the ability to, and she looks left and she looks right, to make one almost immune to magical attacks.
Well done.
If
Laying it on with a trowel.
he has warned me that these villains do command quite powerful magics of their own, but alchemy and herbalism and this.
But it's not just alchemy. You see, the reason why they only grow here is because the glade was blessed with magic of the druids.
This man's going
Why do
through
you
so many
think?
conflicting
Why do you
feelings.
think I've come all the way here, a lady of my station?
That is indeed a thought that had crossed my mind.
Wouldn't I only do such a thing for an herb, a simple piece of alchemy that I could buy anywhere?
Well,
Of course not.
You are. That's perhaps. So this is less of a common herb and more of an enchanted, like a magical essence that is taken to these plants.
Exactly.
Then, all right. That's. We should tell the counselor. This could be something of great value to Councilor Burton.
I should think so. I mean, I came here to look for it, and I knew I would need, well, whoever was in command of the town. I would never take such a resource without compensating him appropriately.
Well, I know that I haven't been able to follow up on any actual contact with Councilor Burton. He has very much sheltered down. He doesn't leave the hall. I know he sends squires to fetch food and goods for him from the town or to run messages. I haven't seen him face to face since the Call for Heroes, really. But once I've proven myself in battle against these villains, I'm sure he'll bestow the titles upon me personally.
Well, I'd be more than happy to meet with him there. I mean, after all, I am from one of the great houses. I'm sure he doesn't get many of that class of visitor, and he'd want to greet me in person.
Well, if any, allow me, the soon-to-be hero of Breachill, with my great influence, to call a meeting with this Councilor Burton for you in the morning, perhaps. I could provide introductions.
Oh, how wonderful of you.
At that point,
I
you
knew
hear
it was meant to be.
You hear Raz exclaim, No, King, that story doesn't make any sense at all. Why would the would-be hero be lied to the leader of a kingdom?" As he just falls backwards off the table, and Mataz is standing there with his little pin holding over him.
He just kind of looks back at you for a moment and looks back up to Miss Adela, Lady Adela here. Yes, very well. Well, are you staying here in this fine Wizard's Grace while you're in town?
Of course, it's the only thing even near acceptable.
Of course. This establishment, this is fine enough, I suppose, but it is certainly, a few steps of a ladder below those I normally frequent back in my hometown. And Oswald just kind of looks. He's not looking, but you see Oswald behind the bar just glance at him.
And I roll my eyes at her, and I shake my head back at him.
But, of course, such is the life of sacrifice that a traveling savior such as myself has to make. Abroad in the wilderness of Isker here, we must forsake our common commodities. Accommodations? We must.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's not particularly important.
He looks like super depressed. He screwed up whatever he thought was going to be a super cool line.
Why don't you have some more ale?
I shouldn't take too much. I am on the job after all. And Councilor Burton has warned me that these villains are not to be underestimated.
I should think not. Oh my. It's been such a long day, and it's so exhausting to be out in the field on a horse.
Well, of course, I would offer you an escort to your chambers. Were they further throughout town, as the gentleman I am, I could not allow such a lady to travel alone throughout the streets at night. But fortunately, you have already had the wisdom to retire here to the Wizard's Grace.
You're so kind, and I feel even more protected knowing that you're down here drinking these libations and making sure that no riffraff could enter.
You need no fear, as there is no safer building in all of Breachill this eve than here. Under my watchful eyes, these treasonous, nefarious villains have no chance of entering this fine establishment without my notice. And should they try to force their way in, they'll soon find themselves under a deluge of spell.
It was an honor to meet you. I look forward to seeing you again.
Oh, please, Lady Adela, the honor is all mine.
She'll go upstairs.
And Rez, as she
God, that
turns
was
around and
almost
goes,
too easy.
turns around and goes upstairs, you actually see this guy go. Very briefly, excited, smile on his face where he picks his drink back up. Loser.
Poor guy.
Under the impression that he knocked it out of the park.
Poor guy.
I mean,
I feel so bad for him.
He gave the lady exactly what she wanted. He just doesn't realize he's going to be poisoned later on this week.
Oh no.
It doesn't kill you. It just knocks you out for over a week. If no one feeds you or waters
I
you,
almost
you
want to
die.
like stage a fight to draw him away so that he can feel like a big dang hero.
Throws a fireball at us, nothing happens.
Ouch. Please, Mr. Wizard,
We
do not hurt
surrender.
me no more.
You powerful mage.
I have been slain. All over on the
He's
ground.
the natural heir of Lord Lamond Breachton, who is also a human.
Yes,
Who
you can
was
tell.
Definitely a human wizard.
Wizard. 100%.
He was very, very certain about that he was definitely a real human. So, with that, I guess everyone finding a decent place to
This poor guy. I feel like such a...
have Sal
Sure.
Sarkad and Man and Piok and everyone this dumb idiot is like
Why didn't he say milady?
the one I feel where I put the bar the lowest for role playing. Is this guy.
Oh, you nailed it though.
Joe
You
was
really nailed
awesome.
it. Like
He
I
tried.
totally bought it. It's
He
like
tries so hard. He's doing his best. The
like-
group of you would scatter, I imagine, to sleep for the evening. Knowing that in Wizard's Grace, the pair of you are perfectly safe from yourselves. As if any of you were to come into this establishment, our matter would smite you where you stand. This powerful magic that he has and is good at, but can't demonstrate right now because he's a wizard. He doesn't have any spells that are useful outside of trying to blow stuff up. One of those wizards. Evocationists.
I just want to shrink him.
The worst kind.
Put him in your pocket.
Why?
Because
Compliments.
then he'll be like,
It'd be all the same voice lines, but really high pitch.
yeah, exactly.
Does that make it better?
Maybe.
Yes. More entertaining.
Rasheen, do you still sleep with that stone regularly?
oh, 100%.
I figured you probably would. Then, tonight, as you rest in Caden's keg, you would again awaken warm on this heated bed of stone next to the rolling pool of lava. And Tamati, dressed again in her plain white rags, sat nearby. At this time, as you awaken, rather than her immediately turning her attention, you would be sat at the edge of the pool of lava, cross-legged, right at the lip of the stone, where it drops into the molten rock below.
I see you haven't changed the domicile since last I was here.
Why would I? What purpose could possibly call me away to something higher than that of my own child?
You're very kind, Mother.
I felt you pass. Not my wards, but Calameet's, which she had established within that strange world between worlds, that passageway
Ah, just so.
we had first met.
Yes, indeed. We've returned to Breachill. A bit of a thing to take care of here, but we should be on our way to Kovlar before long, as you foresaw. You knew we'd be going there, assuming everything went well.
I have been, and she just kind of gestures out of the pool of lava, reading what I can, reaching through fate's weaves. I consult not the stars here, but the flames tell stories much clearer anyways.
Fascinating. And you can read them there then. Is this an echo of Strymalura, or is this just something natural?
Oh. No. Come. Look yourself.
She'll sit down and look over.
Okay, and as you sit near this, like, this lava's, the heat of this pool being here should be absolutely, like, overbearing and overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And it is warm, certainly, but as you sit near it, the heat of this fire is almost strangely pleasant. It's comforting, like wrapped in a blanket on a cold evening. Although it's far from cold even in Breachill, where you rest now, as it's getting well into summer at its latent deadness. But you look out of the pool, you don't immediately see anything odd. It's a rolling surface of molten stone, clearly super heated, as a dull red glow is given off constantly from a surface that doesn't look wholly solid, but just slowly rolls and bubbles like an overly thick stew. Bubbles not popping so much as slowly rising before just fizzling back away.
So Roisin has fortune-telling lore.
Okay.
Because she grew up with that.
Because you are a haglet. So
she was really good at it for some reason. And so I'm going to look for patterns in the cracked stone as they bubble and form and merge. Typically, she's used to paying attention to sort of natural phenomenon, flocks of birds, but patterns of clouds also. And so she'll see if she can see something that would be similarly to kind of stir her to a conclusion or a notion.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me that fortune telling.
Man, the 18s again. Look at me go.
You absolutely have lore fortune telling.
Yes, I do. So that's going to be a 34.
The 34, as you look, watching the slow-moving surface, Tamati silent, just allowing you to watch. As you can see, you're clearly actually intent on this. You do feel as if you start to make some patterns here. It's an odd, if it's an art, one that you're unfamiliar with, but there are a great varied ways of using physical focuses for divination magics. Everything from reading bones and entrails to, well, tea leaves or suds. And this is almost akin to that, the way that this surface moves. And as you stare at it, you do start to see some patterns, some signs, and though none of it individually looks much like anything, you just feel an understanding, a sense almost, looking at this molten rock. You can see a symbol of a great fanged creature of battle, followed by a grim sigil of passing, perhaps even of death, but paired with one of ascension. You see it, as I do.
Indeed. Great creature of a fight, of a war, perhaps one to come. It doesn't survive, but it wins anyway.
She kind of rolls her head back and forth as she looks down at it. You see symbols. You see signs. You have a gift, Rasheen. But an unpracticed one, perhaps.
I haven't used it for quite some time.
This heart. Although what you see is signs true, I believe their meaning so easily misconstrued. The fortune teller's folly. But these divinations, how this magma speaks to me. I see you arriving. I see this battle. That much you understand. But I see after that, not loss, but victory. through sacrifice.
Hmm.
And beyond that, power. True power.
The sacrifice is something I've been feeling coming for a while, and it's something I want to talk to you about.
Of course.
I know you don't particularly care for my friends, but they mean a great deal to me. Part of what I've been doing is for them, and it's part of what you might be saying is sort of my unfinished business, as it were. Resme is... she's on a quest for vengeance now. She's lost friends to the Triad, and she wants to go and take them all apart. I empathize with her, I do. I felt similarly when my town was lost and my father. I know the road doesn't lead anywhere good. And when I came out of it, I had far less than when I started. I worry deeply that Resme will come to the same result, and I'm trying to protect her from it until she can get over it, or perhaps until she can win, and not lose as much as possible. We go to Kovlar, as you saw we would. You seem to have some interest in what happens there. And you're my mother. Your family. Can we perhaps see a way where you could help me? You could help us, and we could help each other.
You know that there is absolutely nothing that I want to see here. That I want to see from you or your friends or Kovlar, or even Strymalura, anything here in this plane or any other, to any ends other than what I can do for you, Rasheen. It is something that many poets, bards, even those who record these simple acts of history, fail to understand about us, about what drives us.
You speak of mother's love.
I do. I have the same directive as any other, whether it be a human mother or a bird or a great dragon. There's the single directive called out by the miracle of creation, the drive to provide, to give the best for that which you have brought into the world. That is all that I seek, Rasheen.
And it's a wonderful feeling to have someone care for you so. But moving forward into the future, if I am to join you, I'll be your daughter no longer. I will call you sister instead. Let me do something for you.
His words, they make my heart smile. It's the only thing I've ever striven for, and with Calamite in my current coven, I think the sacrifice foretold in these worlds of Hades is clear. Mace will be made, and I will call you sister, the title you have earned, one you have grown into.
Help me and my friend with my quest. I'll join you, before or after. Just spare her as much pain as possible. Let her taste victory if it is. With the strength we possess, we can save her much suffering.
And you think that her growth, Rasheen, will reflect onto you by making her stronger. You will share in that.
The fires and the crucibles of trouble do nothing but strengthen me, as it has always been.
And I cannot read all that is to come in the fires. And perhaps what you desire will come to pass exactly as you will it. Gods know that you have the power to make it so. I do truly wish you and your friends the best of luck, Rashina. Nothing would shatter my soul more than to see you fall before any of you could arrive here.
It warms my heart to hear you say so.
I will watch over you, as I have since our first meeting. I cannot watch so over your friends this resume, but
I'll watch over them for you. Don't worry.
through you, an extension of my will, as it always has been.
Then let us turn to what I can do for you. Tell me of Kovlar and how it can best help the family for the events to proceed.
I know little of Kovlar, save that were it not for my intervention, Strymalura would have consumed it in dragonfire. Moons past. She wishes to conquer this sad, forgotten town. She wishes to take it. There is one of Kovlar that has already come to speak with her some, but I know little of her ends, nor do I care.
Well, then why go through the trouble to preserve it if it's nothing for you? Do you have fond memories of the place?
I know nothing of Kovlar or the whelps that dwell within. But I have seen Destiny's plan to bring you here, and through it, Kovlar's salvation. I only care so far as it continues along your path towards mine.
I understand. Very well then, if there's nothing particular that you want or anything way that it can go to make things easier or to make things more helpful, then I suppose I'll simply handle it as I see fit.
I know if there is anything that I have bestowed upon you from mother to child, it is judgment. And I trust in it. Whether you will be Kovlar's salvation or its destruction, I trust that either decision will be the correct when the time comes.
It'll depend on how far the Triad have gotten their hooks into the place, I suppose.
That remains to be seen. They are insignificant in the grand canvas. One whose manifestations, whose actions have not even been hinted in my divinations and my reading. They are of little influence, little consequence.
I understand. If they can live good lives, then we'll see to it that we do our best to see that they do that they're able to.
You have your father's heart, Rasheen. A good one.
You picked a good man.
And with that, she would turn back to gaze out of the lava, still sitting, not having stood up really or moved. No sign of Strymalura's emergence this night.
And Roisin will go and lay back down on the stone and just kind of consider what her hairstyle would have to change to accommodate a horn on her forehead.
I'm having some effect on you. You're beginning to understand that fashion matters.
Yes, it does.
Right here. Right there.
Yeah. Well, with that, the terrible influence that is resume.
She'll be the first hag to actually care enough about her appearance to comb her dang hair.
I don't think that's accurate. I think a lot of hags that come through in their human forms when they're doing stuff are very presentable.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's how they work a lot of their
just
stuff.
And look like what they want to look like, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of hags. A lot of hags don't cut. You got like your green hags and your sea hags that like eat children in hamlets in the forest, but like You've got your highfalutin hags,
You've got your-
infiltrating noble society for trophy
Right.
husbands.
That's
you
fair.
have your fashion
That's fair.
hags, and then you have your perfume hags, and then you have your flower hags.
CR14
Don't-
fashion hag.
Don't forget your bobbity boobity hags.
Jotun hags.
Jotun hags, yep.
Jotunhag doesn't have to look pretty. They just pick up the husband and take him home.
Exactly.
You know, it just grabs him. Like, you are mine.
Into my bag.
I will
Oh, no.
pet you and squeeze you and call you George.
So would pass the evening. To the morning of Sunday, the final day of Desness. As the five of you awaken in your various areas throughout Breachill.
My hole in the ground.
Your hole in the ground,
Nice under the bed.
your loft, and your very nice enough rooms in the Wizard's Grace.
I'm pretty sure I'm like sleeping in the basement of wherever I'm at.
What are your plans for the day? You want to use a downtime day to inscribe a rune. You want to use it to make poison.
That takes 4 days, so that would have been 1 day.
You want to sit here for 4 days and make a bunch of poison.
He's got Lunchables.
That takes 4 days for 1 dose.
All right, fair enough. So downtime mode then.
Yep.
We will use
and
the
we're-
power that Pathfinder 2nd Edition has to pass time rather than going through the minutia of every day back to back. You are going to be spending this first day moving a rune, and while you're working underground your poisons, the rest of you, what are your plans in Breachill? What are your goals? I assume that you are telling Resme, who can relay to the rest of the party, that's going to take you some days to prepare this poison.
Before I started, I would have asked, like,
Right, so
this
you,
will
so
take
you
4
know
days.
Trishik's plan here. That he plans to take. So it'll be 4 days. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Wheel Day, the 3rd of Serenith, would be when your poisons are completed, assuming that everything goes correctly for you. Ironically, a day that Roshin would certainly know as Liberty Day, which is like the
Poisons for Liberty Day.
the Andoran 4th of July, which is probably the most major Melanian holiday that exists.
The goddess of bloody revolutions.
Would you like
best
to
holiday
overthrow-
is the revolution that didn't kill anybody.
Well, Melania is the goddess of bloody revolution if we have to bloody revolution, but she is very happy about, not having to murder dozens of people for freedom and just being able to get it. Because people are like, yeah, okay. That's
That's a thing.
the goal of Melania is not murder, but she will absolutely throw down.
But it's a tool in the belt, just one she doesn't want to use.
It's
How
like
would
if
you
you
like to
if you
celebrate?
step up, she'll throw down.
So we're gonna celebrate
I'm
Liberty
doing
Day.
this because I love you.
Trust me, this
Free them.
hurts me more than it hurts you.
So we're gonna celebrate Liberty Day by drugging
By
the counselor
poisoning
who
the head counselor of Breachill.
the head
Overthrowing the count.
overthrowing the counselor of Breachill. It's an
I'll-
How
auspicious
better
day.
to celebrate Liberty Day?
Yep.
Then with the revolution, hopefully with no
go.
one dying. We'll see.
Perfect.
Well,
Later
at
last
least
year.
1 death. There will be at least 1 death.
Okay.
I'll be indisposed today.
So
Fair enough.
I guess logically speaking, Marshall wouldn't really know what the game plan was because he just kind of went straight to
Yeah,
the
you
bar.
actually have not been
so
here to learn.
since he's kind of around Roshin, I guess Roshin would just kind of fill him in, and then he's just kind of like, "So, you need me to do anything, or can I just do what I want?"
Well, I think it'd probably be a good idea on the day that we actually go and stage ourselves properly. I'm not really set up to infiltrate the way Trushik and Resme are talking about, so I figured I'll just keep myself nearby. You play cards, Marshall.
No, but I play dwarven chess.
Does it involve tipping tables over by chance?
Nope, mugs. you got your big mug with a little crown on it. That's the king. And then you have a slightly small mug with a much bigger crown. That's the queen. And then he just goes on and on and on, and he sets it up, and you
my
realize that.
Marshall, this
typical-
sounds a lot like dwarven billiards that you described to me the other day.
Wait! I can also show you my favorite drinking games.
There's just there's no numbers on the canister.
Oh, who cares about that?
Dwarven billiards, you have an oversized dartboard, you just throw your mug at it, and whatever shards of glass stick into is what you get.
Well, you have to drink the mug first, and then you throw it.
No. They're not mugs. He's like, I have class. Throwing axes. When you don't have dexterity, just use strength.
I'm not sure how it works, but sure, I'm down. We have to pass the time. At some point, I would have rendezvoused with Resme so we're all up on the plan.
Right.
So I know where to wait and all of that.
Meanwhile.
Oh, you missed the show I put on last night, and she'll catch you up on everything she did to this poor guy.
Raz will play the part of the poor guy.
Why are you stringing this poor boy along?
Because he's going to be my in to meet the counselor.
Fair enough. Do you mean to distract him or something? And I don't mean distract him by, like, trying to flirt with him. I mean, like, I'd actually go and show myself off somewhere remote. He can come out and chase me. We'll have a bit of a back and forth.
Darling, with the corset we have for you, you don't have to run at all. He'll chase you anyway.
You're not putting me in a corset.
Why not?
Could I smash him with me hammer?
No, dear, not right now. Maybe later, though. I promise.
I think Resme smashed his ego enough, I think. He doesn't need his body broken on top of it.
But I want to smash something. This is boring. She just continues throwing axes at the wall. At this point, the entire wall's just got giant holes all over the place.
It's all right.
It already did.
I got magic.
The Pig's Ear is not a highbrow establishment. You would not be the first to throw blades at the wall.
But mine would be
Stick
noticeable.
notices in with a knife and just hold them wherever. It's not. It looked better after renovations, but you know.
More renovations are clearly needed. I'm glad Dalren isn't alive to see this. Right?
See the shame of his investment. So, as you would be leaving Resme to finish what she was working on, head downstairs, you would actually see a man that looks surprisingly like the good fellow that Resme had described down at the bar. Not seated, but kind of standing nearish the door with his staff. And staff in one hand, his other hand behind his back, rather clumsily concealing a small bouquet of flowers.
Do you want me to run interference, or are you actually liking this?
Oh, today I'm a bit indisposed. I have to finish this, but let him know that if he were to call on me tomorrow, he might be most welcome.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, you're the hero that's here to go and guard the town, are you?
Do you have the cloak of nondescriptness on you?
Yes, I do.
You
I'm not going to look like my wanted poster.
I don't want a poster, do you?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Oh,
That's
you
why
do.
I have
You
the
two
cloak.
do. You two are the ones that do. And he looks as you come down. Like Resme would not have come out, so it would just be you that he sees. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we acquainted, miss?
I've simply heard that you're the one who's accepted the call for heroes.
Very much so. Was it Aram matter? But if you will,
You're quite all right.
as a new acquaintance offering perhaps a polite hand, I would recommend, if you are to head into town, that perhaps
We're
the
in
use of
town.
the bathing facilities may be in order, miss.
Oh yes, it's terrible. It was I had quite a time out in the wilds last night, and I haven't had a chance to properly wash off. But I was told to come seek out and give you this news that I heard. It seems that there was a band that came down from the castle, and they've been camping out in the woods. I happened to run across them last night, and thankfully I managed to escape before they noticed me. But I was told to go ahead and let you know about it right quick.
Oh, well, I very much appreciate, as does the council of the town, I am sure that you have kept a good eye on this.
Yes, indeed. I was actually told to inform you. The lady upstairs, normally I'm in her party, keeping her safe in her travels, but unfortunately she's terribly indisposed today. But she actually also wanted me to give you a message, if you wouldn't mind. She said that she would actually be very much looking forward to meeting you. It was tomorrow that she was looking forward to meeting with you and actually following along with something. You were going to help her with something. Does that ring a bell?
I very much was prepared to escort the lady to meet with the head counselor of the town. She had some information of value.
Oh, I see. I think it sounds like she wants to go seeing that counselor tomorrow, it seems. I understand. Lady, as you understand. I'm sure you don't want me to go into details now.
No. It's quite all right. Well, I suppose could you perhaps give me some more information on this camp you had found?
Yes, of course, of course. The trail that heads up towards the castle kind of winds around the back of a hill. And if you
He
follow,
just puts the flowers down in
Yeah.
the table.
and she's gonna go ahead and just feed him a line about a likely camping spot that's up there that she would have seen walking down the hills, just as a way to go ahead and send him off on a wild goose chase so he's
Yeah,
out
just
of
to
town when
have
we
him
execute our coup.
go do stupid idiot adventures.
Yeah, go chase wild geese.
So you're sending him. This is something that's gonna be like several days journey out of town that you're sending him to, or like.
No, he's just gonna be out there and he's gonna come back late afternoon and there will
I thought
be a
your
different
coup wasn't
government.
for like 4 days.
I thought this is the 4th day.
No, dude.
No,
this is
the
day
first
2.
Day.
Oh, why are
the
you
second
having
day.
me distract him?
She needs to put a rune in.
I need to put my rune in, dude.
I thought
I thought you totally
knew.
fast forwarded the time 4
Not
days.
yet.
No, you're dumb.
No,
We're
we're not
talking
fast-forwarded
about-
that hard.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, this is why we're playing games to pass the time.
Oh my God. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
You're doing great.
I'm doing great.
You're doing great.
I'm
You
doing
send him out to the camp. It's fine.
No, because
No.
he was thought they were gonna go the next day,
I thought-
so he was leaving the following morning.
Oh, I see.
So now we're just gonna leave this man on for 3 days.
Tomorrow. She'll be tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I thought I said Tuesday.
Did I mean? I'm sorry. I forgot that Toil Day was the Blossom Moon Eve's Eve, and that's a very important religious holiday to her. How's Wheel Day?
I'm so derailed right now. My whole brain was like had this narrative crafted,
Well-
and then I'm just on the ditch.
What we'll do is we'll save that excuse.
Well, yeah,
for 3
we'll have
days.
that come out in a couple of days.
All right, sounds good.
You
So-
need 2 days from now.
So why don't you
Because this is day 2.
You two roll me. I guess you roll me a check at the end. You give me your thing to put your rune in, and slide the die over if it goes all the way across, which it will. We'll get a fix for that soon.
That's gonna be
Some hot dice today, other than the natural one that you dropped
That's
immediately.
gonna be a 36.
Had to get it out of the way early.
With a 36, you would have absolutely no difficulty moving a resilient rune over to your armor. That would be super easy. So
It's +1 time.
that gives you +1 to all of your saving throws
Oh baby.
as an item bonus.
I'm actually glad I only have to roll 1 check. I only have 1 chance to screw this up rather than 4.
That's fair. So, Rez, is there anything in Breachill that you are particularly interested in? You are the literal unknown quantity here.
You can just cartwheel through
what
the
are you-
streets.
are you
No
just-
one's gonna get
He's just wandering through the town. He eventually makes his way to the monument square, the fountain square, the place where all the people are. Because he's looking for those bounty posters. He really wants a copy of those bounty posters. He heard that there's bounty posters of people he's traveling with, and he wants them.
Well, Monument Square would be this large circle with the 6 water towers and the massive well in the center that's kind of in the center of this Breachill map right here. It is on the southern end, but it's sticking out a little ways into the river directly in front of the town hall itself. And as you approach to the town's bounty board there, they absolutely would have the bounty posters in question. They would have one for Resme and one for Roshin that you would recognize, and a third for a man named Buford that you would definitely be unfamiliar with. You don't know who Buford is.
Oh,
But he's with them, the three of their posters clearly together, with a fair sum of 150 gold pieces for information leading to the capture or death of each of them.
tear them down, roll them up.
And as you take it down, pull down the first of them, you can see that around this area, there are several other pins with like little ripped top bits of what appear to be the same posters. You look like you are not the first person who has ripped down these posters of the heroes of Breachill here.
Scholars of the future. They recording information. Yes. He just pulls down the next. Pulls down the next. I will not forget what they look like. Never, never, never.
So, scholar
What did you do?
that he is, I can't imagine Bonnie going into town and seeing Buford's face on a poster and then Buford probably would have to be put in the dead mini pile back there on the shelf. Because I am 100% positive that he would not survive the follow-up of that encounter. Unfortunate that his life had to end so abruptly. But his wife found out he was wanted. Rip. F's in the chat. With this, we can... That was the thing that we had to get out of the way. Certainly jump forward a few uneventful days in Breachill, where, as you waited, bided your time as these potions were being crafted.
She would give him a lock of his hair to keep him busy.
Oh my god.
That'll distract him for a minute.
Continue leading on this nice man, as you do.
Just hand out arcane foci like that, do you? Huh?
Not my hair.
At some...
It's a wig.
I'll just tell him it's my hair.
At some point in this, the group of you would realize several things. One, that there is not really like an organized manhunt. You've got bounty posters up, which after like 2 days of you tearing them down would finally go back up as a word got to Baltus that they need to be replaced again, and he would replace them again. But nobody in town cares. Little bits of going around your business where you would occasionally overhear or maybe fish out little bits of information about the heroes of Breachill and their current status. It doesn't seem like anybody really even believes this is a thing. As a matter of fact, you're fairly confident after 4 days that you could probably walk around town without disguises and probably largely be fine, as it truly does seem to be only Baltus Burton who is after this. Even the guards are doing what they have to do.
To protect
That's
the
true.
town from Bonnie.
Which probably does include taking down Buford's post because they don't want to get in trouble either. There's going to be just a warpath because Buford's going to die and all the town guards going to die. So they're like, oh crap, ice come and take Buford's post down. Morning. But along those 4 days, you continue to string along this nice man who has been way over his head. You drink, pass the time as you can, and Trishik slowly brews away some poisons in the basement. I need a roll, my friend.
Well,
Of a crafting
gonna
check.
Drop this handy dandy dice right down in the hole,
I see a 9.
and that would be a 27
And you were trying to make more
slumber wine.
wine.
Which I kind of want to re-roll that.
Well, you got a fat stack of hero points.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well.
Might as well do.
So here's this, and you see what I forgot to do is I forgot to add that pinch of cinnamon to make it authentic.
You also have the +1 item bonus from that expanded alchemist lab
So there'd be a 28.
because you have
But, yeah, I'd
taken
still wanna
several of
reroll
those
that.
from the tab. I know.
And it went down by
Sad
half.
trombone.
So that's a 24, which if it does not critically fail, then it means that basically I just don't lose any money, but I did not craft it.
And that is what happens. Slumber wine, the reason you are so excited about this is because it is very potent. And it is both fairly expensive to create the ingredients and pretty intensive as far as skill and labor is required. And after 4 days of Jashik's best efforts, he has actually found himself unable to replicate the slumber wine that you had found in Summershade Quarry.
The fumes got to him and he passed out for a little bit. Missed a mixing point.
But we have the original.
Yes, we do
You
still
do have the
a
original.
dose.
He's not out any money. He's still got all the. He didn't ruin the supplies or anything, but he's unable to brew an effective dose of slumber wine.
So how much of that money you took? 150, was it?
I'll still be making it again.
Okay.
Just not right now.
I need 4 more days.
No, after we deal with this, I will make another dose because this stuff's really neat. But for now, I believe it is the day of overthrowing the government as per the Galton holiday.
It's time for a coup.
And our commercial break.
So that is a pretty perfect time before we head into the governmental overthrow of Breachill for us to take our midstream break.
Yes.
We've got everything in order. The slumber wine crafting, unfortunately, did not go fantastically, but you still have the original that you had found. So you have a chance. We're going to stand up, use the bathroom, refill our drinks. I will give the minor possible caveat warning that I hear thunder in the distance, and the Floridian power grid is not super known for its reliability during thunderstorms, so it is not impossible. That sounds like it is very raining outside. It is not impossible that the stream goes down. We're going to continue, obviously, hoping that it does not. Just the forewarning, that definitely could possibly happen.
It's all right. I brought a dumbrella.
So, also, let me know, Nuju and Medkits, if you still... I guess I can just check real quick before I get up if you need those refunds for your hero points and your development point, the one over the stash.
I didn't see any.
I hope the closed captions are working pretty good. I hope that is helpful for some people. This is the first time we have tried it with a table full of people using microphones. We are fortunately not typically talking over each other, so I imagine it's...
Hey, guys,
probably pretty good. But let me know if you are using those closed captions now, if you are taking advantage of our accessibility options, if that's working well, if there's anything we could do. I have a little bit of control over how it does things, if it could use some more fine-tuning. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go too far.
New Juju's points are still down.
I can get that. When we return, it's time to celebrate Liberty Day by overthrowing the government.
Yeah,
Be right
the only
back.
way how.
Now, as we come back in, welcome back, everybody. If you want to see the rest of that very beautiful highlights, or any of a wide variety of other equally, I don't know about equally, that's a really
No,
good
that's
really
the
good.
best one.
but other
which one
pretty,
was
it?
it?
Was the Trishik Canada one.
Okay.
Other pretty good highlights. YouTube.com/2perception brings you to our main channel that's got the everything. It's got the entirety of this campaign. It's got 60 some odd random highlights from our shenanigans. It's got a lot of good stuff. It's pretty neat. This is a pretty neat place, I think. But as we return here, it is the day of go. After 4 days, Trishik was unsuccessful in brewing up an additional dose of slumber wine, unfortunately. So let's make do with the one that you have. I broke my pencil, and I fidget with stuff so bad, and I broke off the pen clip thing.
Would you like to fidget with this?
No,
That
it's
is a
okay.
rat.
He'll make its way over there eventually. He travels
It
around
is.
the
It
table.
is slowly getting closer.
Da-da,
Don't blink.
da-da.
When you
fidgeted
blink,
with-
it moves.
I fidgeted with the actual rat on Brick.
Mm-hmm.
And Dingus. As the morning comes and Rashik has found himself unable to properly synthesize a slumber wine, it's basically just a regular wine. It makes you a little bit, I guess, a little drowsy in that what alcohol does, but can't manifest any more powerful effect than that, unfortunately.
I'm just going to leave all that there and inform Resme. It appears it is a little more complicated than expected, perhaps missing a reagent. For now, we deal with just one dose.
One dose should be fine. He doesn't look overly stout to me. And I sure didn't get into this corset for no reason. You would not believe I've been putting this on since yesterday. I haven't slept a wink to put this makeup on. God, I look fabulous.
Is the
God,
price,
I'm hot. Let's go.
is the price you pay for a
Do you
fish.
see this? Do you see my skin is glowing?
I am currently in cave.
Oh, yeah.
Walkie-talkie
I
does
suppose.
not give eyes.
Roisin, come admire me.
What is it?
What is the current status of our friend Aram Matter? Were you trying to still string him along so he'd be there so you could send him off today?
I think that's the goal.
Then what I'm gonna need to keep it. You've been spending 4 days trying to keep him on the hook
3.
here. 3 days. Give me. It would be, I guess, from either of you. a
Diplomacy?
Diplomacy check. Well, one can aid the other because it's been kind of a co-op effort. Are you aiding, Rasheen?
Yeah, I'm totally aiding with this hero point here that I'm going to give you.
Hey, I know we're leading. I mean,
that is phlegm all over your body.
Thank you,
Dude, squawks.
Low Europa.
That's one of my favorite racial abilities is the Tengu frickin' squawk. It's so good.
Terribly sorry. Resme wanted. Lady Aurora wanted you to.
This time with less one, please.
That is less one.
That's a 23.
23 is still definitely going to fail. So you are
To
not.
8, really?
Oh wait, no, it's DC 20 to 8, right? It's not
Yeah,
a
yeah.
level DC. Never mind. So she is going to get a +1 to her diplomacy check.
Okay.
I keep forgetting it's flat on aid.
So that's 1 plus those 2. Okay, so I'm at plus 26.
Damn.
What?
The ring.
Oh right, you actually just have a passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. The ring's pretty good though. Otherwise, it's pretty strong. I see an 8.
I think you got him.
Yeah, I don't even think I'm going to re-roll that. That's a 34.
With a 34,
It beats my will
you
DC.
would absolutely, you would absolutely be able to continue stringing him along until you guys are ready to go. So on the morning of Liberty Day here,
My dress
he-
just keeps getting more and more low cut as the day goes.
he
oh
would
no,
be,
I'm so sorry.
he would again be waiting, thoroughly hooked at this point. This guy, he doesn't deserve this.
It doesn't.
This time
This
I
is better than dying.
It's better than getting murdered because we just had to kill you to get through. So we know we got that going for us, which is nice.
this time I come down in all my glory.
Oh God.
Full angelic splendor.
It is a midnight blue gown that twirls around her and leaves everything to the imagination, which is what men really want.
It's like a trash bag.
That's fashion.
Don't
fashion,
judge
dude.
fashion.
It's called fashion, GM.
Look it up.
It's called fashion, dummy.
You idiot.
Fair enough. But he is still waiting. At this point, questioning if he is insane or why he's still doing this, but he really feels like he's got a good chance. You have
He is rewarded.
you are successfully stringing this poor young man along. You know, you're doing good. And this guy, he's not super old for a wizard. Generally, a lot of these wizardy types, just by nature of the art itself, have spent lifetimes, at least decades, studying and practicing this magic to gain any kind of competence. Matter here only looks to be in maybe his early 30s. Which is incredibly young for a wizard. And along with that, over the couple of days that you have occasionally been interacting with him, not with much better to do really, learning what you can about the situation from him, you would have pieced together that he does appear to be a very competent wizard. One possibly along the same level of power as yourself, as far as magic is concerned. He is not a slouch, and given his age, his mad game he's talking is not unfounded.
Damn. All right.
Although
Me-
you are also, to be fair, you're also like 19 and a 12th level sorcerer, but you're
20.
a sorcerer. It's not like you studied for it. You just were born
I
with
studied.
magic.
You studied fashion.
You're a sorcerer! I'm the best!
Here's your ribbon and your crown and a cape.
You were born with superpowers!
But you had to work hard.
I hate you. Your mom doesn't like you either. She just wants to turn you into her sister, which
My
is
mom
gross.
loves me. It's very nice.
Your mom is maladapted.
My mom's gonna keep you from dying.
No, nuh-uh.
So,
My mom's
My
a
mom's
rat.
cooler.
I have a family member that's involved with
my
slavers,
mom's
apparently.
a rat. You're a rat.
Am I the only person here with normal parents?
Your mom's
My
a lizard
parents
state a lot.
Are normal.
It is not wrong.
It's actually kind of
elves.
funny that Trishik probably has the most normal. I mean, I don't know how normal Raz's family is.
Typical.
Typical,
Okay,
just
so-
regular
Typical Apple.
Isoki.
Yeah,
Yeah.
typically so.
So
Not
you and I
crazy.
have the normal families. Everyone else is insane.
Not
We're the most
insane.
well-adjusted people here.
We just have baggage.
Baggage.
That's some pretty heavy baggage. You're gonna need to buy some extra storage space down in the luggage.
No matter how
Mag-
much of a horrible person you are, you can just blame your upbringing.
That's it, great. Magic sack, all that baggage.
That's
No bulk. There it goes.
it's like Jordan from Scrubs. My parents were mean to me. So you come downstairs. You come downstairs to once again see our matter. This time, sat at a table near the door, as his enthusiasm has declined slightly with each given day. Staff leaned up against the wall behind him. For the morning, coffee, waiting and ready. As the three of you would be are you still staying with Marshall at the Cadence Keg, or
I
did you
didn't
come
think
back
there was
to
a
Butcher's Grace?
need to particularly.
So the three of you
I'm
then.
technically playing a role, but I guess I would rendezvous with Marshall. I would split off so I could meet with Marshall so we could be nearby.
Okay, the two of you then
Yeah.
Yeah.
would come down and see him waiting once more. Lady Adela.
I'm ready.
So, I do believe that to ensure this would go as smooth as possible, fortunately, I've had some time to prepare contacts with the Lord Councilor Burton's scribes to ensure his schedule was free of distractions this morning for your introduction.
Thank you. How kind. I'm very excited.
And as he stands up from the table, very well then. Will your friend be joining us?
My minstrel?
Minstrel! You have your very own bard.
Yes, he's my page as well. He usually comes with me to make sure that if there's anything I need, I have it. Although, if the counselor wishes to speak alone when we get there, I'm not indifferent to that either. Whatever he prefers.
A lady of truly impressive upbringing in class. Well, come along then, Squire. We have things to attend to this morning.
Come, Bard.
I have a name.
I know, but I never remember it.
It's 4 letters. It's Raz. It's Raz. It's easy.
Really? The rat is the bard. The bigger one, just works for him.
The rat?
King Matash just is on my shoulder.
I don't know if you guys can hear that thunder, but it's real thunder. It's
That
not
that was just King
was-
Mataz.
That was
That was just King
King
Mataz.
Mataz stands up and thunder rumbles in the distance.
Who
PvEG is revealed. Final boss of Age of Ashes.
It was you.
A shocking twist.
Totally just a normal rat. Don't worry about it.
So I imagine this morning everyone would be making their way down to Monument Square and to Town Hall for this plan of yours. The 5 of you congregating, meeting in the center of town, ready for whatever it is going to happen here. And the three of you that are not with Matter would be able to get here first. Is there any kind of preparation or anything that you're doing? Do you have a plan?
I'm going to be. Could you move his picture so I can see the actual area?
I can just give you the Mapo here. We can certainly do that.
By the way, I have the poison in a beautiful little perfume bottle that's hanging at my hip.
It's definitely a wine.
So you have, it's like a full bottle of wine, yeah.
Oh, it's a full bottle of
Yeah,
wine.
the poison is a
Okay,
full wine.
then it's a gift. It actually has a ribbon wrapped around it.
So you, as you come down to Monument Circle here, this is the town hall with this front entrance and the grand stairs, as close to grand as Breachill gets, really, facing down to Monument Square itself. That leads into the main entry where you would meet with the scribe or page when you had come in any time but your first arrival in the hall. Around the side of the building, to your right as you approach it from the circle, on the southern end, is the entrance to the meeting chambers where the Call for Heroes is held, where you had first been introduced to the Breachill Town Council. And outside still there is a small contingent of guards, a pair of them flanking the entrance to the meeting chambers, and another pair of them occasionally patrolling around Monument Circle, walking this road that passes beneath the 6 water towers that loops around. Because these 6 circles are like standing water towers, and the road goes underneath them. And they have these 6 channels that feed down to this central well. So this whole area, other than this central well, is fully walkable. You're just going underneath a bunch of stuff. It's not like it's pierced by 6 different ravines that makes it impassable. But other than that, it is just a standard morning in Breachill. Some people are going around their businesses. It is near the center of town, so there is some business going on, but there's never too much in this town.
Well, how about this then? Marshall and I can be standing over here, just kind of next to the wall on which the other side is the meeting hall, possibly next to
by the buddy hole.
By the buddy hole,
just
yeah.
out
The
here
buddy
in the
hole's on the
street.
back side because he busted out the right and the doors and the
So like out here in the street.
So it'd be off.
The
It goes out
buddy
to
hole
the
actually
street.
faces the main street. yeah.
Perfect. I love it. So the buddy hole would be there, and so we can actually just be like right across the street and just like loitering.
At this point, the back wall of the entire city hall, buddy hole included, would have been repainted. There's a clear, kind of visible depression where they just fixed it over as well as they can, but it's been largely cleaned up, at least externally now, and looks.
Oh, someone worked real hard on that.
It would be a shame if a marshal happened to make a new one.
Oh yeah.
So how about you, Trishik?
I am contemplating borrowing cloak back to pretend to be official, so they let me inside.
You want me to be standing out here next to that poster that has my face on it without the cloak to guard it?
As far as can tell, nobody really care. I do not believe for the...
Are there any windows facing out this way?
On the main road, there would be several, yes.
we just
None
have-
from the meeting hall itself, but from the wings at all. But from the main body of the central building, there would be 2 large square windows that face out.
I think the wanted criminal, even if no one really cares, the guards would probably feel at least obligated to come up and talk to me. Perhaps we could work something out.
Is up to you. Perhaps if you give me cloak, we could have you stand behind the buildings nearby.
Just go down an alley, but I wouldn't be able to get here close enough to help her if anything goes wrong. I'm wearing all this steel. It takes a while to me to get anywhere.
It's likely I could simply walk past. We will see.
Dum, dum, dum.
At very worst case scenario, I can borrow when time comes.
So if an emergency arises.
So I'll be probably just in the same area, just loitering with them,
Okay, and you guys are all
just nearby,
chilling.
hanging out by the street.
As you wait in the back, Resme, and Aram Matter make their way through the kind of grandiose walk-up, at least as grandiose as Breachill's got. Because again, this map really does make it look far more impressive than it is. These 6 outer circles, they're like wooden water towers. They're not fantastic, like they're unpainted. You've got 6 troughs leading into a big central well, posited above the river. It just kind of looks like a circle of wooden, like round barns up on some telescopic legs. This map sets your expectations way too high
I don't
for
know.
how nice Monument Circle looks.
Say it
I
looks
don't know
like
what you're talking about.
There's a golden road going around the
I
outside.
know the road literally looks like a golden ribbon that's a freaking dirt path.
I'm sure there's like statues of heroes atop each of these water towers.
There is next adjacent to the in the center, facing the town hall on the southern end. There is a statue of Lord Lemon Breachton, the savior and founder of Breachton's Hill,
Who was a human.
who was a human, who was definitely a real human.
Definitely a real human.
Who was certainly a human. He was very direct about that. He made sure to clear up any possible confusions. He was a human.
Set the record straight.
Yep.
He also created this level 20 magic circle that we're not going to talk about till the final thing of the game, when all of this will be revealed to be a lie.
Alcida's ring is way older than Breachill.
No,
Turns
this
out
ring.
this
This is
right
it.
here.
Oh, Monument
This is it.
Circle. I was like, also this ring predates Breachill by millennia. That is
No.
way older.
That's the
but-
secret magic circle.
There's a giant mecha underneath that circle I need to get in for the last fight.
Alcetta's ring turns into 1-2, and we just have a big mech battle at level 20.
This is a kaiju boxing match across Breachill.
I mean, Marshall's down.
The
Eat
six
it,
water
John.
towers come together to make this big Power Ranger Voltron.
It's dwarfen time.
It's dwarfing time.
Dwarfen time.
But you
We'll
walk
each
through
pilot a
the
different arm-
best vista that Breachill has. Up around the town hall itself and around to the western side, where the entrance to the meeting hall is. Where there's the 2 guards and a chair that looks like it's just been pulled out from inside. But the bottom of the chair's legs have started to become stained with a couple days. It's just been kind of set in the grass right outside the town hall itself. As a page sitting and with a stack of small ledgers and scrolls on a crate next to him, flipping through a small book. And as Matter approaches, great wide beaming smile on his face. Let me get him back again here. Where are you? Boink. There we go. Oh there, Squire. The Lady Adela has pertinent information for the head counselor of Breachill. Confidence of powerful intelligence that may be of use to the protecting of head counselor Burton himself. And the page is just looking there. Oh, hey, Matter. I can knock. And, Matter, a little flustered. Well, yes, of course, young page, please. Summon the head counselor for us. And, Paige kind of just looks at him weird and then stands up and knocks twice on the doorway. And so 3 of you are kind of behind her on the side of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
He waits a moment. And then you hear a latch undone. The door opens a little from the inside. And you 2 can make out Raz and Resme, the page. Sir Head Counselor, our Matter from the Call for Heroes wishes to meet with you. I'm aware. He claims that the information is very valuable. It's a Matter calls out intelligence of the highest import. It would be a danger for it to fall into the wrong hands. The page. I know. He nods, and the door closes. He turns back around. You know he's not seeing any visitors, Matter. You asked yesterday, and the day before. And the day before. And, Matter just... Right! But have I stressed the importance of the lady's mission here? She has traveled far to Breachill to...
Why don't you give him my signet ring in this letter of introduction?
Of course, this sounds like a fantastic idea. And Matter takes it, bows his head, and then turns to the page and just hands it down to the page that's right next to you, who easily could have just taken it from you himself. The awkward is physically possible. And the page still looking at Matter like, what's wrong with you? Takes it to him and turns back around. Is there anything else? I'm not getting yelled at for this.
Oh, he couldn't possibly yell at a lady.
Is there anything else?
Of course not. Although I do so thank you for your kind service this morning.
I'm real sorry about all this, but he's just being super safe. What with those,
Oh, I totally understand. And should he wish to meet out here instead, just to make it more secure, or if he felt better about it, I would be more than happy to do that. I've just come such a long way.
Can we hear this? Are we?
No, you're
close
like
enough?
around the building.
Other
so,
side of the
like,
building,
yeah.
I think, for us.
Well, like I said, I'll ask, but he's been real paranoid what with assassins on the loose.
Besides, what am I going to do to him? Give him a flower?
He turns, knocks on the door again, and this time much more abruptly opens a little ways, and the page just holds up the letter and the ring. This is a signet from the lady in a letter of introduction. She seems real serious about all this. Head Councilor Burton.
The ring's legit.
What is this letter that you have given him? Is it literally just a letter of introduction from House Adela or whatever?
Yeah, no, that's literally what it is. It's just something that a noble house would do if they were sending their scion out to do something.
He takes them both in, and the page just kind of stands there for a moment. Matter is standing there, one hand on his staff, as upright as he can. Shifting occasionally. Readjusting his grip on his staff. Sort of waiting. Pages at the door.
So bad for this guy.
Watching as assumedly Burton looks through this. Oh, right. But... And the door doesn't close, but the page turns around. Head Councilor Burton has requested that if you have any matters of import, that they be passed through the traditional channels. You're free to petition Scribe Howard in the antechamber, or if you wish to pass him something else while you are here, I will gladly do so, but he is not seeing visitors. I do apologize.
So I have to go inside.
Well, not in the meeting chamber, but around the front and the main entrance.
Well, I suppose that will have to do in that case.
And, Matter, who's the staff here. No! Just one moment, Squire. Will speak with the head counselor myself, as this town's soon-to-be hero, and he steps forward, and the page steps out of the way, and as soon as Matter stands up, now good! Door shuts. Thank you for your time, Squire. He turns, walks away from the door.
So this is a spade.
Back over to Resme. I apologize. It seems that the good head counselor's paranoia perhaps has gotten the best of him.
It's all right. I have some time, and going through the normal channels will not hurt. How about we meet up later for dinner?
Of course. This sounds more than pleasant. Do you know of any fine dining establishments in the town? Because to my chagrin, I've not been able to locate any that serve more than the roasted boar that they caught in the surrounding woods over an open flame.
I'll make you dinner myself.
Well, that sounds truly fantastic. Please then, my lady, where will I meet you?
Meet me at the Wizard's Grace. They always let me use the kitchen when I wish.
A fantastic repute that follows you ahead, I see. Well, then I will be certain to find my way to the Wizard's Grace this eve. Perhaps now before sundown?
Yes, that would be lovely.
Well, I do apologize that my efforts here were unfruitful, but wish you the best of luck with the bureaucracy, and I do very much look forward to this evening.
Thank you. It's the least I can do to the poor guy.
And he, recovering as he could there, takes his leave very directly and pointedly away from the complete embarrassment of a failure he has had here. Leaving Raz and Resme here with the two guards and with the squire sat back down in the chair, still just kind of watching. He hasn't picked his books up again yet. I am, again, sorry, miss.
It's all right. It was a pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance as well. And you as well.
King Raz points at the little rat.
King Raz.
That's King Mataz.
confused.
I'm Raz.
Oh, that's
King
right.
Mataz.
King Mataz.
The two guards are just kind of looking at you. The guards clearly are just here. They're not like at attention, super at their post or anything. One of them's leaning against the wall. One of them just kind of standing next to the squire and looks down at you.
That is an ancient and powerful druid.
You would recognize as Pandarus, the guard that has been stuck with your shenanigans at Altarian, all of Book 1.
I love that guy. Screwing with him has become a lifestyle.
But he says nothing. He simply stands and waits with the "why is this my life" look on his face.
Well, it's time for invisibility and dimension door. She thinks to herself.
Would you have relayed any of this to me?
Yes. I'll walk away so that no one can hear me and relay it to you. I think it's time for invisibility and dimension door.
It's mental.
I know.
Like you don't have to walk away.
Yeah, it is actually a telepathic link, so you don't have to like. It's not like message. You
I'm
don't have to
walking
talk out
away a
loud.
little because I would like to join up with you.
Oh, that's true.
I do perhaps have plan. Can lead guards the way, marshal breakdown door, and we deal with the problem right now.
All right, sure. Sounds like fun.
So as you're walking away, I'll find one of those posters nearby and rip that down, and walking over to the guards, I'll present the poster, and I believe lady on poster is staying at the Pig's Ear.
And you hold that up, and the other and Pandarus looks at that and looks at you. I remember you. You were that lizard friend of Buford's, right?
No, I do not believe so.
That was different lizard.
I do get the common misconception. We look very similar. I do apologize.
Make me a deception check.
Well,
What
You
you're
did live
saying?
here for a little while.
yeah, for a little while.
What
So
you're saying about lizards?
You saying we all look alike? Is that what you're saying? Beautiful, beautiful.
No, that was not.
to re-roll that, of course. Well,
Oh, come on.
absolutely not. I want to mess with this guy even more.
Another one.
Redemption.
So that's a 29.
So 29. As you talk to this guy. Mistake. I thought I recognized you. Was a friend of a friend in town. All right. This. Which one do you have? Do you have resume or Rasheen?
Resume.
Resumes.
Yep.
You said she's up at the Pig's Ear.
I believe so. Is not name of place up by gate?
No, you got the right place. It just.
I figured I see striping man is God. Perhaps poster would be good information.
No. We appreciate it. Thank you. And he turns to the other guy and just kind of motions out to him. Watch this for a minute, Alder. And Pandarus goes and walks out around the front of the building towards Monument Square and up towards north end of town.
Shouldn't you
I
go
think
with
I'll
your
do that.
friend? What if he was hurt? Wouldn't?
Are you there?
Yeah.
I think it's just your chic. It's at the door right
Yeah,
now.
I walked over
I
as
thought
you
I was
were.
around the building waiting.
Well, yeah, you're on the side. This is at the door.
Oh, sorry. You said Pandarus, and I thought that was. The
I
guy
was gonna
in
say
front of.
pretty
Well,
much
it was,
the
but then
same
you walked
thing.
around the building.
Oh,
okay.
But and Alder just kind of shrugs. So the situation's a bit of a weird one. I don't really think it's gonna be much trouble. And besides, I ain't getting chewed out by Burton for us both leaving the post.
Is understandable. It's good. I did hear some nasty things about these people. I'm pretty new to town, so I've only heard rumors. They seem to be quite
Yeah.
skilled.
Well, definitely can't argue with that one.
What
I'm just,
exactly happened?
That's honestly a story I don't even know I'd know enough about to put together. Miss Resme there, that poster, she's lived in town for years, about her whole life, I think. She was called in with a bunch of her friends for a different call for heroes about probably 6-7 months ago. I don't know what happened in the intervening time, but the head counselor's pretty convinced that they're up to something now. It's a shame, really. She seemed like a real nice lady. I didn't know her personally much, but I've seen her and I never met a nicer man than Buford. He's really up to kidnapping and what now. I don't know. People went with the seam, I guess.
We're all invisible.
Have you turned everyone invisible?
Yep.
I use invisibility everybody in
Yep.
back alley and come around.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Is
Guess I don't really need the cloak then.
it's still good to have, just so no one tells who you are. And while I'm talking to this guy, mentally I'll say, one guard has been dispatched. They will attempt to get the other one to walk away as well. And to the guard, I'll say, well, if you do not know story, seems like interesting gossip.
Yeah, I'll hear about it.
I would like to hear as well. If you
Truth be told, I don't think it's anything wrong with what you saw, but I don't imagine she's just gonna be hanging out in a tavern, especially not the Pig's Ear, all places.
Is not my place to say. But I will certainly be figuring out. It seems interesting if you'd like to go with me. I would not mind the protection of God.
Well, Pandarus is heading up there. You can catch up with him. He's my captain, so he's a better guard than I am. But really, we appreciate you bringing us the information. And
Yes, of course.
head counselor does, of course. What? I suppose you got the bounty poster. Obviously, you rewarded. Well, I forgot about the whole thing. What's your name? I can, Squire. Take note of this in case something does come out of it. We owe this man some coin.
My name is Vladimir. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Pick
Kinda writes
another
it down.
Russian name.
Exactly.
That's not Vladimir. Well, Vladimir, if she does turn up there and if she gets brought in, then yeah, that bounty's yours. Just, I guess you're welcome to hang around if you want. You can head inside the main door and wait in the atrium if you want.
Yes, sounds nice. I will go with just around the front.
Yeah, just right around the side here. The one that's facing out of the water towers over the river.
Appreciate it.
Follow him.
Yeah. So keep in mind, being invisible does not mean you're automatically hidden.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
so
stealthing.
you are all sneaking.
Yeah, we're sneaking.
Marshall is sneaking.
Thunk, thunk,
I
thunk.
was about to say,
I didn't
this
say he's
is
sneaking good. I said he's sneaking.
What was that?
Cue the
Just the
trumpet.
wind.
Dun, 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 dun.
We got some
Why don't you take this too? It's a potion of moderate misform elixir.
Wait a minute.
Are you sure that's missed?
So you have an audible circus troupe following behind you with like rattling metal and plodding footfalls where you're pretty sure they're trying to be sneaky. They're just really bad at it. And
But what matters is the smell.
smell of death and beer and
It's the
piss
best.
probably all just lurking around after you. As Trishik questions his allegiances, heads around to the front door.
Oh, to heck it.
I'm going to.
Casting gaseous form on you.
So
Cast
he's invisible and gas.
Are you casting gaseous form on him?
Heck yeah.
Alrighty,
There.
so
It's just a giant red fart cloud.
a giant invisible
Red
red fart cloud.
Yep.
Because
You just mind their own business then.
What smells like beard taters?
as they put this on you, you literally like turn into a cloud. It is actual straight up mist form. So you feel your footfalls kind of stop and your armor sort of disintegrate, and you're just like you're in a dream, just floating forward, just like willing yourself into movement now.
Oh, so this is what the fart feels like.
For the 2 seconds of sentience that a fart has. It's an experience. And
You too.
No.
And you would realize almost immediately that as you're wheeling this cloud around, you do not have to stay on the ground. You can fly with this.
Don't tell me
You
this.
just gave Marshall the ability to become a flying fart. So
well, I'm going to go walk in the front. I guess.
you
He's a
walk,
flying fart in space.
you walk in the front door, just into the foyer of the town council, where they've got one of the elder scribes, a woman sitting behind a desk, and she just nods and raises a hand. Hi, welcome. Were you looking for someone in particular?
The man around the corner told me to come and wait in here.
Oh.
I found a lady on post near a pig's ear and was told to come in here if I wanted to wait around,
Oh.
just in case.
Oh, well, fair enough. Well, welcome to have a seat. Certainly cooler in here than it is with the sun coming out outside. At least it will be here soon.
Absolutely. Would you perhaps have in a bathroom somewhere I could use it real quick? Somewhere in nearby, somewhere here. It's
Yeah, I suppose. Not normally a public one, but just right back through this door here is facilities.
I do appreciate it. Will only be a moment.
So, are all of the rest of you also coming in the door because you're
Yeah.
invisible, not there?
I'm
I
going through
would
the
have-
roof.
You can literally like ooze around the cracks of the door or the roof
So
or whatever.
I'm gonna be going through the roof, and I'm gonna be hanging up in the balcony as my little red fart cloud swirling.
But the three of you have to physically go through the open front door in front of the desk.
I would have purposely, since I know that they're since I can hear being followed, I would have come inside and held the door like, is this where I'm supposed to be?
Oh, and just let all of them come in front of you. Fair enough. So,
I know how infiltration works.
Why can't
Someone
I
has
just
to be
turn
smart.
you into a fart? I just won't guess.
And,
so then Trishik, are you following where she motioned back to the back? Right past the desk, there's a simple door that leads into the back of the area. And it does lead into what appears to be a storage room. Mostly for some basic documents and some day-to-day. There's some personal effects of the scribes that are working there, and the pages that are on task. It just kind of looks like an employee room. A couple of upholstered chairs and a table. But connected to that through a second door would be an easily accessible bathroom. It wouldn't lead anywhere else.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is exactly where I wanted to be. Is there anybody in the room actively?
No. At the moment, it would be clear.
I'm going to turn invisible.
The Cheek joins Team Invisible Team.
I'm going to close the door as if I'd gone into the bathroom, turn invisible, and telepathically to Resume. I do believe I let all of you inside.
We're here.
I'm also now invisible in back room. So let us snoop.
Oh, let's.
So this looks more like a break room, and there's not probably going to be much of actual value here. Most of what's here is simple books of law and procedure, not like records or anything.
Oh, no, I'm going to go back out into the main room. Now
So
that
there's
I'm
a
invisible.
door still that leads, that's like right behind the desk, basically, back into that main foyer.
I am confident in my ability to open one door without getting caught.
Okay. So you open the door, and Lay doesn't look up immediately. She is still just, looks like sorting through a stack of papers. It doesn't immediately hear it close. And you come through, you come through, you come through. She kind of looks back as whoever is the last to come through this door is still making their way. It's just hanging open.
I don't think they would have even followed me back there to the bathroom, would they? They'd be
I don't know.
still,
You,
like-
you couldn't really tell them what they're doing, did
That's
they not?
fair. Well, telepathically, I could tell her.
You can tell her, I guess.
Yeah.
So are you guys back there? Or are you still in the main area?
I'm still in the main area. I'm
Okay.
looking around.
Well, so you just see the door open, and she'd stand up and go to close it.
Oh, strange. I must be a drow.
And she closes it, and then just like wiggles it a bit, and opens it back up and closes it again. And this kind of goes and sits back down, and then goes to write a quick note.
That quaint lizard fellow must not have closed the door all the way.
And Vladimir,
Yes, his blood.
neat new character. Can't wait to learn more about him. A hero point from Ghost of Azan for
I am
managing to
Vladimir, upstanding gentleman,
carry
and
this
honest member
group
of society.
through a
we
stealth
call him
infiltration.
Vlad the Glad.
Exactly. I'm always smiling. You just cannot see.
Vladimir.
Vladimir.
Roshin is just inside and just not gonna move. Just
So
gonna
you would,
stay right
you would
there.
know in the layout of the area that one of the doorways on the side of the building that would be on your right as you came in does connect through. It's that side entrance from the big main meeting hall. It connects through to a small adjoining chamber, but then leads in directly.
Yep. So this is where a distraction comes into play.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take any little knick-knack that might be on the desk, anything that looks like it has a decent annoyance if it was to break.
An inkwell probably is the
Inkwell.
thing that comes to mind because it's both
That's-
going to break and explode.
She's going to, while she's working, bump it off the table, or so she thinks.
Yeah.
A little tap on her elbow, and the inkwell falls down.
Make me a thievery check. Good lord of subtlety that you are.
That's actually not bad for me, even on a 3. As long as it's not a 1, I have very good of all the infiltration skills. That's a 25.
Well, at 25, you go to knock this well over and tip it off onto the ground where it cracks on the wood floor and breaks and some ink leaks out. But the lady seems immediately aware that it was not her that did it. And immediately stands up from the table out of the chair, looking down at it, and then looks around the room. I need everybody to make me a stealth check. Because she is actively trying to perceive you now.
Yeah, it's about right.
So I'll just just throw this for the wave.
Oh, I
Is
probably should
there
have.
something?
Oh, no, I wasn't going to put it up because I'm not sure if I should put it up for literally everybody rolling. 'Cause it's just going to be a deluge of d20s into the tray.
That's fair.
Is there something happening here? Because every time no, it's just I rolled 5 low rolls in a row.
Roll more gooder.
Yeah.
Roll better, forehead.
26.
35.
32.
19, but I'm a fart cloud, so does that mean
You're not even in the room.
I'm not.
Yeah,
oh,
you're like-
Yeah,
on the
you're not
roof.
like you're the one who's okay because you've got far cloud powers up there.
I'm in the ceiling swirling around like a stinky shark.
What'd you get, Rasheen?
I got a 2. So Roshin's leaning against the door, just trying not to move, and she sees the inkwell fall over, and the woman start up, and she's like,
And she does seem to notice, and her eyes snap right to Roshin. As you try to hold still, but still just like the minor adjustments, your armor plate shifting, and as she's paying attention here. You're at the edge of the room where there's a wooden floor in the front, but there is a rug out in front of this door where you can clearly see the impressions of your boot prints. When you're standing in the rug.
That's great.
And she looks down
I think the jig is up here.
and screams and runs to the door, the front door leading back out towards Monument Square.
Okay, but
There
not.
are 5 of you in the room, and she's got to go like around a desk and get there, but she is going for the door.
Oh, she's welcome to leave.
Yeah, bye.
Either way, she's no longer an obstacle.
And she goes out and throws the door open and starts yelling, "Guards! Guards! Someone's broken in!"
I'm immediately behind her, closing it and locking it.
Yeah, like Roshin will just like push her out and then close the door.
She stumbles out and the door shuts. And you hear some commotion outside. Then you hear the door. They just rattle in the frame for a minute.
Stick a chair under it.
Come now, we're going.
And you turn around, and among the things on her desk, you see hanging on a peg at the back of it what are most certainly the keys to that door. She does not seem to have them on her person. Mm-hmm. So,
I'm gonna grab them.
Yep, we're just gonna go back into the meeting room.
Now I have the keys.
I'm going to sneak into the meeting room specifically.
Roshin's visible now. Shoving somebody is an attack.
yeah, you shove her out and appear for a moment as you slam the door behind her. Roshin, in all of her full glory,
Of John Everyman cloak.
half.
No, and I took
Glory.
it off. I took
You
it
took
off.
it off.
I took
Full
it off.
glory.
I took it off.
Today we liberate.
You can still wear it. You just take the hood off and it stops making you not look like you.
Fair enough then.
By the way, you can
No.
dismiss the
She's
spell whenever
not
you
wearing
want.
it. She would
That's what I
doffed
intended.
it.
Cast it aside. It is
waiting.
time for freedom.
That's it. That's it.
You go through the doors, and as you are moving in now to the meeting room, what are you all doing?
Sneaking.
Trishik still being a sneaky boy. You still leading from the front here?
Mm-hmm.
What
Because
about
I
you,
probably have to open the doors.
fart cloud? You just kind of drifting.
I will
along
continue to
behind
be
the
a fart
subterranean
cloud and
chamber.
hover through the ceiling like a stinky shark and lurk.
Just looking through the floor, or looking through the ceiling every now and then to see what we're doing.
I will strike when the moment is right.
Yeah, I suppose the top of this building is
It's like
Probably-
most attics.
yeah. It's
No, the last time I was here, this was on fire.
it would be porous and just generally open enough, as it's all just mostly loose wood that you could absolutely just kind of drift in and out of it. How about you, Raz?
I guess I'm sneaking.
You sneaky, still invisible.
I'm still invisible.
Yeah, the only one who's not is
Rasheen is super
Rasheen.
not. So
She
what
is
are-
super not. So you know what? It probably makes sense for me to go ahead and take the lead on this. So Roshin is going to be seeking, and she'll be trying to take the lead if people want to let her.
well, that's not the way I guess Trishik lets you to the front
Yeah.
because like
No, I mean, if you're wanting to go forward, then you're going forward, and I guess Resume would hand you the keys.
Yeah.
and you, Resume.
Since I'm still invisible and very concealed, I guess I will also be sneaking.
Sneaky, beaky time. So Rasheen, you come through, and you, as you go to open the door that leads into the meeting chamber, that connection itself is actually not locked. It seems that one he has left open. And Trishik / Vadimir, here's some royalties. I made a character based on your character for a homebrew game, and he's more kind and not murdery.
So he's more like Vladimir then.
Yes.
More Vladimir,
You have made
Vladimir,
Vladimir.
less Trishik.
Trushik is a good gentleman, not so nice.
As you open the door leading into the meeting chamber, Rasheen, make me a perception check. seeker of things.
That's gonna be a 33.
As you go to the handle, you realize it's not locked. You go to open it. You just, in the crack, catch a glint of light across a wire that's connected to the backside of this.
Suppose it makes sense.
I'll already be
Trishik, if
scooting.
you would be so kind.
I'll hand you the eye for disabling the trap.
I suppose we could work that out with telepathic communication to figure out where exactly each other is.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Everyone's invisible, but like you end up, you feel it. You
And
can communicate and kind of feel around.
I'll use it and look, kind of get a better understanding of this trap before I go
As
to
you're looking at it, that will give you a +2 to your disabled device check.
Okay, that is much better. So that's a 37.
And with a 37, it looks like it's relatively rudimentary. Like that would critically succeed at disarming this, as you just carefully slice through the wire to release the tension without it pulling out of whatever's on the backside. And with that, Rasheen casts the door open,
You're not a wizard.
bursting forth into the chamber.
I am
Burton,
immediately upon seeing him marking him for death.
I have some issues with the justice system here.
It's
And
a
as
Galton holiday. Hi.
It's Liberty Day, boy! As you come into the area here, you would see the meeting hall much as it once was, except that the stands at the back, these tables behind where the counselors had once sat when they addressed the full hall at the Call for Heroes, has not just an almost random smattering of strange occult tomes and papers, but little bits of alchemical equipment, focusing crystals, and other bits of magical ornaments that are used in some more in-depth rituals. In addition, you can see that at the top of the stairs at the front of the stage here, a circle has been inscribed, about 10 feet across, in a silvered fine paint. A circle surrounded by angular sigils and infernal runes.
I've seen those before, something similar.
You would probably have seen something similar to the demon summoning circle, yes.
Burton, are you serious?
And the Burton alone is sitting behind the table here, with some paperwork in front of him, with what appears to be a spell book open that he is working on. And he does not look as happy as he does in his art to see you. Not right now. But he stops, kind of freezes for a moment as you come in, lays his pen down, still sitting, and turns to face ostensibly just Roshin here, who's standing.
I come back from fighting the good fight, keeping the triad of this town, and what do I find? Put my face on posters when I come back.
And for good reason, I would imagine.
Well, I would imagine as well, except I can't recall doing anything, nor has anyone been able to tell me what's been going on. Only that you're the one who's insisting on it. And I'll continue to walk towards him, because shouting across a hallway is awkward, and also I don't want to stay away from the wizard.
You can climb up onto the stage here, and as you do and get to the end of this desks, he puts up a hand. Well, give me a moment, will you?
Just coming into conversational range. You wouldn't be begrudging me that, would you?
And as you get to about, what, are the rest of you moving at all while he's...
I would have
Yeah.
wanted to sneak up and actually like look at what he's doing.
So you're
Yeah.
coming up around the front of the desks.
Yeah.
What about
I would
you,
also
Mark?
like to look at that circle.
I am floating above the wizard as Fart Cloud, watching from.
You're
the-
just
No, your far cloud is very, very slow. It's speed 10, so like you are slowly drifting towards.
I'm
the
getting as
center
close
of
as
the
I can
room.
above him as I
What
can.
about you,
I'm
Rez?
following Rasheen. It's like staying about 10 feet behind her.
Rasheen, you would feel yourself stopped as something presses against your breastplate that you don't immediately see.
Raid's here! Raid! We're getting raided.
Oh,
Oh, we are getting raided. Hello there.
Howdy, y'all.
Hi!
Hello.
Welcome to the party.
Hope you guys enjoy. And Aldous stands up from his seat, and his hand still raises towards you as you feel this thing stop you. And he turns. So, are you trying to tell me that you truly believe yourself innocent of these accusations?
I don't even know what the accusations are. What, they were working with the Triad? Is that was it?
And he turns to the table behind him and sorts through.
It's a lot of fancy equipment you got there. I have to say, I've seen its like before.
Pulls up a pretty fine scroll. Looks like it was once wrapped with a bright red ribbon, and you can see a gilded seal stamped near the bottom of it. Goes, now that's a rather strange thing. Because if I were to take the words of a vagrant who had simply blown into town on whatever adventures that Buford and Resme had unfortunately found themselves entangled in, or that of House Thrune, I would be much more inclined to believe the latter.
House Thrune? I can't recall ever getting on their bad side.
Well, I suppose...
But I suppose if I'm in the lair of the councilman himself, he can at least tell me what I'm being accused of. That's actually still part of the law here, is it not?
And he,
While they're discussing this, I not touching, but I'm just looking over the papers and everything he's got out.
Yeah, you at this point will have gotten to the front of his desk. And it looks like he has a spell book open, a tome that looks like it has a bunch of information about the specifics of a summoning ritual, specifically devil summoning. I mean, the sigils that he has matches the sigils in a circle in front of his podium, where Resme would also have made her way to, that she was looking over. And Marshall is slowly floating his fart cloudy way over across this hall.
Is it on our side of the table or that side?
No, it's a table. It's like it's a long desk that runs.
Oh, it's on
the length,
okay.
Almost the length of the stage. It's divided into 15-foot sections where previously each of the 5 counselors had sat. And it has a fronting and some siding, but it's not tall, as they're meant to be able to sit there and see over it down to the audience below. So you can easily stand over it and see it.
Okay.
And he turns this scroll towards you. He says, this here.
Can I read it?
You would be a good 30 feet away, so definitely not, no. Is a missive that I had received from the ruling house of Cheliax, from one of their scroll rights, claiming that you have been, perhaps unfortunately, pulled into Miss Galadriman and Mr. Bates' ring of kidnapping and treason against the people of Isker and the nation of Cheliax.
Buford Bates, the leader of a kidnapping ring.
I don't know him terribly well, and I would hardly believe it. But, given the circumstances of these strange things he's managed to worm his way into since the Call for Heroes, and given the intelligence of House Thrune, I'm not one to doubt them.
And that there is alive or dead, not even brought in for questioning.
Isker has struggled as a newborn babe since they decided, for whatever reason, that they wanted to strike out on their own. Why their separation from Cheliax, I am unclear, but if House Thrune reaches out to me as a counselor of our humble town, who am I to deny their requests?
You're a foreign national.
At this point, I'm going to start working around to get beside him.
Okay, yeah, you could climb over the desk fairly easily.
Am I above him by now?
You would be about there, yes.
This circle, I've seen its like before. You've been successful with it. More gifts from House Thrune to go and cause us trouble.
Well, a gift from House Thrune actually accompanied this very missive.
Of course it did.
Not on the same day, of course, but, and as he motions, you would see in front of you, appearing here, what certainly looks like that weird scorpion bone bat devil thing from Dreamgate.
Why are you back?
Turned invisible and was simply never seen again. With one hand out, fingers outstretched, the palm of his skeletal fist against your breastplate, the force that is keeping you from advancing towards Burton. This thing is pretty large. as it looms over you, wings folded back against its sides, filling most of the space between this front podium and the counters at the back.
Actually, rather surprised, actually. I'm admiring its restraint. Does Roshi know anything about these things? I didn't get a good chance to really look it over the last time, but now it's literally right in front of me.
I would definitely let you just roll a check, because even if you had since then, you have gained several levels since last you saw this thing, so absolutely go ahead and roll it.
Seen a lot more devils, too. You want me to roll it?
Oh yeah, you're not. I got so used to Resume having literally no penalty for failure that I forgot that sometimes people do actually have to make knowledge checks.
Religion, I assume?
It is a devil, it is religion, yes.
Plus 21.
You, at this point, with the time that you have had to grow and learn and study, would most certainly...
And all the close calls with devils.
Yeah, a lot of close calls with devils. I imagine you've had plenty of time to research this. Definitely not a Velstruck, but is a bone devil.
It's in the details.
Bone devils are one of the more common of the higher ranking devils. There's not a lot known about the ranks of devils and fiends, at least in the pool of common knowledge outside like Chelish nobility, about anything beyond your standard like imps and... I can never remember if it's barbed devils or bearded devils is the one that's really low level. One of them's a little baby, one of them's a giant monster. But there's the couple low ranks.
They both start with B, so it makes me concerned.
Barbed and bearded, and they're very similar in
No,
role
I think the
as
beard.
well.
I think
bearded's the low level one, and
Yeah.
barbed is much stronger.
Honestly, demon phylogeny has always been very confusing to me. Like, is it the species or the? It's just.
It is an odd one, but bone devils are one of the more powerful ranks of devils. They are fairly rarely seen on the mortal plane, largely because of their appearance and desires. Even Cheliax doesn't frequently deal with them. So you would know, well, if you didn't literally recognize this from having seen it crawl out of Dreamgate prior, this is not the kind of devil Cheliax would traditionally go to associate with.
Huh. You think this came from House Thrune, do you?
You imply this is some coincidence.
And I'm just going to make eye contact with it and just heft the Morningstar and pull a bottle of Silver Sheen, and I'll just be like, get out of the way.
As you pull
I'm
out
not sure if it actually speaks common, but I'm going to try to coerce it to just get out of my way.
So you pull out the bottle. Is it a labeled bottle of Silver Sheen?
Does it read common?
It does not know common at all.
Then it is a bottle of something.
You pull it out. I mean, you can still attempt to coerce it. It's going to be to -4 because it doesn't understand you.
Fair enough.
But the intention is somewhat clear.
And imagine the Morningstar would count for prowess.
You could physically menace him, yes.
Perfect. So that's going to effectively be an 8. So that's going to go to a 32.
Well, with a 32, let me see this thing again real quick. It is going to shy back a step, taking its hand off of you, lowering its shoulders down, and bringing its stinger up overhead, taking a much more defensive pose. And Baron will shake his head. And so, quick to simply reject the most obvious truth. It's one of the many razors of logic. There's no need to try to look through for strange circumstances or odd stand-ins when the simple truth is so frequently the correct one.
You honestly think that I just made it up? You think I'm afraid of this thing? I've seen it before, you know.
I think perhaps you underestimate it.
Regardless, if I wanted to be official about this, it looks like a foreign government attempting to meddle in Breachill's autonomy. And you know what today is, don't you?
Wheel Day?
It's Liberty Day. All praise to Milani on this day, and death to all tyrants.
Oh, right. That's what the Andorans celebrate their Day of Liberation, or whatever it was.
Now then, would you care to make it a bloodless one like the Andorans? Or do you prefer Galt? And she'll pop the cork off of the Silver Sheen.
Look, Rasheen, I truth be told, don't know which side of this is the truth, or whether, for whatever reason, you've simply provoked the ire of the Chelish Nation and House Thrune. But regardless of whether this is truly an act for the safety of Breachill and its people, that I am not just willing, but near required to perform as the town's head counselor.
Oh, don't give me that.
Or,
This is a foreign council. What laws have I broken in Breachill's jurisdiction?
if it is some misunderstanding or some targets placed upon you by the house that will simply curry favor, I care not. Either does well for me.
Ah, a man who's honest with himself, at least.
You know much of conjuration magics, Roshin?
I've met some, and if he's not gonna
Telepathically.
go to initiative, I will silver my Morning Star.
I mean, he's going to put a hand up, and with no incantation or anything, you are going to see. He doesn't change. His face doesn't transform or anything. So much as fizzling out around his body, something very different appears as a helmet forms back around him and a breastplate emanates out down his body, matched with greaves and vambraces. The front of this full helm foregoing a traditional visage for what looks almost like a whirling vortex of magic. I suppose I shall teach you.
Oh, and I was afraid you weren't gonna take me seriously.
Well, I
That,
suppose that's initiative.
I think we are certainly
I'm gonna roll stealth for
rolling
initiative.
some initiative. If you are still sneaking, you are absolutely free to roll some stealth here.
All right, I'm gonna re-roll that as I get into position because that is my third 3.
Oh, that's the wrong button. I have this other button
Fourth
where I can
3,
put
actually.
the dice
I'm
up
gonna
here.
drop this thing in the castle. I like that number.
I'm gonna use
I'm gonna keep it.
perception.
That number is fabulous.
I'm using perception as well.
What is with the tower? It's giving me nothing but low rolls.
The tower does not like you.
It really doesn't.
You could switch towers. Move
Dude,
Mataz.
Loopy is right. This hall is just screaming out for more holes in the wall.
Very important question. How big is this room?
The room is probably about 20 feet high.
So
It's
I
a
can.
pretty decent meeting hall.
I'll be snug, but I can.
You can huge, yes.
Yes.
Nobody was scouting, so we don't get +1.
Nobody was scouting,
Nope.
no.
Nope.
Now, as you all move to attack, from your invisibility, starting to cast spells, ready your weapons, literally start singing,
Battle cry.
making your positions known, you would also hear more clattering of devil bones, as there are certainly more than just this one in attendance.
Can we have a token for?
We got Brazakil Varashma,
Yeah, he'll work.
because I don't have a Baltus Burton token, and then I've only got one Devilman token, so here is a generic thing that is large.
It'll sit over here
sit
until
over there
the
until needed.
other one shows up.
Alrighty, Resume, what do you got?
I got a 38.
That's pretty good. Resume is Obsedi. Roshin,
Roshin has a 27.
how about you, Raz?
24.
Rashik?
24.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah.
And Marshall.
23.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did we all 3 roll nat ones?
I rolled 2.
I rolled a 6.
Okay.
Yee!
But I'm
Sitting
still
in
in
front of the
protocol mode.
initiative.
I
so-
rolled a 19.
I rolled a 3.
You just see your
Into a
spark bug
1.
scream at them.
I rolled the
In
same
battle
number on
cry.
both of these, so both of all the devils literally just rolled the same initiative, so they're going to come in also at 24, winning the tie. And Baltus Burton, whose stats I should have printed off were I a smart man, but I'm not a smart man, is going to get a 36, which means Resume will act first.
Oh, baby. That's what I like to hear. So, as she
cries.
had it
Oh,
out.
yeah, give me battle cries real quick before we get deep into
Sorry.
the turn.
Sure. No, you're fine.
Scream.
I'm gonna target the wizard.
I'm gonna target the. I think Baltus is too far away from me, right?
Baltus is too far away. You can yell at the demon in front of you.
I will totally yell at that demon in
The
front of me.
fart cloud is screaming as it descends.
Yes.
Alrighty, so
that'll be-
on the devil.
Devil has a 32 intimidate.
Do you have intimidating glare?
I do not, so it's a 28.
All right. Regardless, that is going to fail.
Okay.
The devil is now ready. And Marshall. Baltus.
I believe that'll be a 29.
29. Baltus is pretty ready for this. He is
He's not intimidated by screaming fart cloud.
not intimidated by the screaming fart cloud. But Resume, you were up first. Last time you were here, I believe there was a terrible fire.
There might be another one.
You're not wrong. Resume will immediately see the devil in front of her and start to cast. And as she casts, she'll take out one of the manuscripts that she got from the witches, one of the pages of it, and she'll actually crumple it into pieces and destroy it for a material component as she casts this. And she'll spend an extra action, and she's going to cast Banish.
Ooh.
And he's going to take -2 because I'm taking an extra action and I'm using a material
Bye,
component.
comrade.
So he needs to give me a will save.
He is going to give you a will save. Let's see here.
Back to hell with ye, ye foul beast.
He is going to get... That's going to be at a -2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use a villain point because that's not terrible, but it could be better. Link 1429. Oh, this is what am I hitting that? I'm like, dice are rolling. You don't see my dice.
All villain points are from Link 1429. I don't know why
That's
you're...
not true. There are several other people who give me villain points so I can do bad things to you.
Nobody likes you.
It's not just Link 1429.
Just mostly.
Mostly. To a nat 20.
Ooh.
Well,
Wow.
I am stunned one, good sir.
And yeah, as this magic tries to take hold of this thing, the backlash that washes through it sends you reeling.
Ow. Not good.
And, Baltus here turns and sees you appear as you incant this spell and sees this just rebound and shakes his head. It's a shame, though I thank you both for coming together and making this simpler. Ostibus duplici exemplari, and casts out a spell towards Rasheen. which
Divine
provokes.
Aegis.
Which does provoke. He has neither of you have gone yet, so you don't have your.
Ah!
Yep, we have to go first. Yep.
Also, can you attack as a fart cloud?
Not in fart cloud form, no. I don't think so.
No,
What's the spell say?
He has to dismiss the spell first.
He has to dismiss it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I need. Let me double check. I believe you make a fortitude save, Roshin.
Roshin makes fortitude save?
And what is Divine Aegis? Just gives you a bonus?
If he's hitting me with a non-divine spell, I
It
get
is a
plus.
it is a non-divine.
I get +1 to this.
Do you think this man is anything but an arcane caster?
I had a feeling that I was safe.
He is certainly an arcane caster.
It's a fortitude save.
Fortitude save.
I'm gonna use my last hero point on that.
Are you sure you printed these towers right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kidding me? We got lots of nice.
high
No,
roll.
you get your die away from me. It doesn't like me.
And it looks like you might get it right back.
Otloma, thank you for that reroll.
Oh
And
boy.
good news, you are immediately going to have that returned to you by Arcadis,
Ooh.
The
who
man,
does not want to see you at 0.
the myth,
Oh, no.
the legend.
People have spoken. The council has not the best interest at heart. The Grey Gardeners decree it. The final blade calls. Execute this man. And along with it,
It warms the cockles of me heart.
Dragonic Soul coming in with a villain point to put me back up to 3.
He was waiting for it. Oh, it's slightly better, I think. That's going to be a 28.
A 28 is, I believe, a regular failure. Sorry, I automatically go to Alt-Tab because previously I could do that. This change in the setup to Foundry has meant that my main monitor is the one you see, so you see the Alt-Tab window. I just got to break the habit of doing it. 28 is going to be a regular failure.
Okay.
So this spell is pretty involved. It's 3 actions. It's his entire turn. He's got a big incantation here. But as he does, you see him draw essence out of Roshin. And he pulls that forth into a second copy of Roshin that forms, I'm trying to line it back up with the monitor, that forms in the space right next to you. And as it does appear, we can do this. We'll make mirrored Roshin, or anti-Roshin. As it appears in the space next to you, I gotta get out of habit. Still armed with full plate and the Morning Star in hand, everything that you had, it turns and looks to Roshin and swings its weapon.
Honk. Does it have my stats? Or does it have its own?
That's what I gotta check. This is a super interesting one. It does, in fact, have your attack modifier.
Okay, does it include my gear?
It does include your gear.
Okay,
It's got all your gear. What's your attack modifier?
with the Morning Star, which is what I had in my hand, it's a 21.
It's gonna swing at you for a 30 even.
It's gonna clatter against my armor.
Now, does it do? It does, in fact, do your damage. So it is you.
Okay.
So whatever would happen when you strike with a Morning Star, that is happening.
So if I don't roll enough to hit someone's AC, I don't do any damage. So I guess that's the same thing it does, right?
Oh, the 30 didn't do it, right?
Clatters off my armor.
Clatters off your armor. I
Yep.
was reading this because this is a weirdly complicated one.
I got
because
you.
It is like you.
Okay.
But with some modifications. It's not exactly the same thing.
I'm sorry. That's a lot of bookkeeping for you
Yeah.
to do. If you want any numbers, I'll just toss them at
But
you.
the attack and the damage are both yours. And it gets 2 actions because it is a minion. So it's going to swing once more. So plus 16 with the second attack. Going to come through with a 28, and that second one is going to clatter off as well. But as it takes these 2 swings at you, you see it attacking. It's solid, obviously. This Morning Star is physically connecting with you. But you see almost steam rising up off of it. And it is going to take 16 points of damage, as it does not seem it can hold forever. Hiroshi, now it is actually your turn, and you have a bonus hero point here from Lil Evic. Revolution Day!
Revolution Day!
Liberty Day. Revolution Day. Get him.
Are we all honorary Galtons after this? Is that how that works?
Yes.
Everybody's Galton on Liberty Day.
Andorin?
Huh?
Andorin?
Yeah, I guess. Never mind.
Gaul did not do anything peacefully.
No, they
not
also
their
they
holiday.
didn't even really liberate themselves very
Not
well.
really, no.
it's just the sad times. So Roshin's gonna kind of look at this duplicate and just kind of look at it. It's curious. First off, you stop causing trouble. She's going to reach in, pull out her last remaining banishment scroll.
Okay.
Hopefully I don't stun myself. Desna, take it away, and throw the scroll into the air as it vanishes into starlight before drifting around the demon.
Alrighty.
We'll save.
Go, Milani. Give him the victory.
Also gross, but I find myself with 3 villain points again, so I'm just going to re-roll it again.
Oh, here we go.
Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Just roll until it's good. Hermagistus.
Just throw dice.
Thank you for that, my friend. Much better on the die, so we are going to end up at... This does not have the -2 or anything, this is just a regular banishment.
I had to use an action to draw it.
34.
34 will regular succeed, so it just normally resists being banished.
Okay, so
I'm not stunned.
Doesn't stun you.
Doesn't stun me.
But it also does not go away.
Oh, get out of here already!
And then on its turn, as it is very much focused on you already, it is going to bear down on Roshin with Tooth and Claw.
Reactive block.
Reactive block.
Because I'm a Bastion archetype now.
Ooh. Fancy.
Reactive shield. I'm sorry. Reactive shield.
That is, in fact, super neato. It is going to first take a swipe at you, stinging, not really so much a swipe, but jabbing down with this stinger it already has positioned from 15 feet back. it can reach out and strike towards you with this. It's got a pretty long tail that's not really held back by muscle or anything. It's just kind of an extendable bone sword.
Bone thing.
It's gonna be a 38.
38 as
To
a
hit you.
normal hit. It'll clip
So,
over that shield guard.
As that punches in, give me a fortitude save.
That's a natural one. I'll spend one of these hero points, thank you.
Fair enough.
Switch dice, I think. Man. All right, that's a 23.
And a 23 is going to fail.
Yeah.
So you are going to take 19 points of piercing damage, plus an additional 5 points of evil damage, because I'm pretty sure you're good aligned.
No, I'm neutral.
All right, you don't take the evil damage. 14 points of piercing, and you are going to feel the poison come through from this stinger. And as it punches through your full plate, far from the efficiency of the interlocutor, but still effectively, you are enfeebled 1 as it sort of weighs on you a little bit.
Okay.
And you're also going to take 10 points of poison damage.
Okay.
Then, landing that strike successfully, it pulls that back in an instant. Doesn't make any move to approach you, leaving you to fight Mirror Roshin here. But instead, pulls its claw up, and in what's almost not even a voice, just a low muttering growl, makes some kind of incantation and moves as its bony fingers snap around in various sigils before turning towards you. I need you to make me a will save, Roshin.
I will save. Let's see if this is any better.
Being the only, well, basically the only person they can see.
That's fair.
It's a difficult life.
It's a 30.
30 will regular succeed.
Critical success from Iron Will.
All right, then you will take nothing. As you shrug off this strange psychic intrusion, it tries to punch towards you. Meanwhile, in the back line, you will see another Bone Devil appear behind you. Surging forth onto the stage. Seeing the stinger connect with you, it comes up, sweeping out with a claw. And you are actually flanked because you are in range of both of them on either side.
Fair enough.
So flat-footed, you don't have denied advantage or anything like that, do you?
Nope.
Didn't think so, 'cause
I'm
you're
technically a caster.
You are a caster.
It's easy to forget. I'm technically a caster.
It is very easy to forget. So against your flat-footed, not a fantastic roll. Gonna be coming in with a 28.
28. She has her guard up. She heard the clacking. She's ready for it. She'll deflect that.
And then he will make a second swing with the claw. That one much wilder, just trying to follow up, finding nothing. Brings us to Reyes.
Oh, so invisibility doesn't end unless you take a hostile action, right?
Right. The last minute, so like you're in no danger of
I think
leaving.
casting a spell will cut
Casting,
it.
yeah, if you cast a spell, it will go away, hostile or not.
Okay. Well, either way, you see Raz just reappear kind of spooked, and Mataz is on his shoulder holding a piece of paper, and Raz quickly pulls out another one. He's going to, if we do this, cool. Use Harmonize. And then in Celestial, start putting off a poem in Celestial. Beautiful poem. I don't think anyone here understands it. But everyone's...
The devils do.
They, that's fine.
Speak Celestial, but not common.
Everyone suddenly feels a little bit more inspired in their defenses.
Oh, baby.
Oh, that's
+1
nice.
Hello.
And you get resistance to physical damage equal to half the spell level, which is 3. So, you have 3 physical resistance.
Right?
Okay.
Sweet.
And then,
I'll take it.
on top of that, as he's saying words in Celestial, he'll juxtapose words in, what's the language devils speak? Infernal. Of a, pretty much it's a story of a hero striking down all foes around him without taking a single hit. And he's going to cast Dirge of Doom. So it'll be a celestial word and an infernal word, and a celestial word, and he's mixing the two together.
Okay. And
He's freestyling.
this does clearly shake these various devils around you, as they are now frightened one. And is that it?
That's all 3 actions.
Trishik.
You know what I've been waiting for?
Is it stab a guy?
Assassinate.
Yeah, he is unaware
I
of your
waited
presence.
for this man to be completely unaware, completely exposed. So, coming up.
Trained his entire life for this.
I'm going to come up behind him and try to rend my claws across his throat.
All right, so it is still a strike.
I make a strike. He makes a
flat-footed to
fortitude
you.
save if I hit him.
He's flat-footed to you. He doesn't know you're there.
So that is not a terrible roll. That's 29, but I really want to get higher, and the odds of this going up are much better than going down. I'm
Why
going
did you
to
say that?
dig in
You fool.
Terrible
with the
words.
purple dice that has not been rolled yet over here on the good tower to a 4.
It went down.
I told
It
you.
went down. I've not rolled above a 6 today.
You got us 15 earlier on
did?
something inconsequential.
Okay.
Well, what's your total?
Still a 27 against his flat-footed.
27 against his flat-footed. Even though he doesn't know you're there, you take your opportunity and reach up, thinking this an easy kill. But as your claws meet this armor that has appeared, this barding he's summoned into existence, it doesn't seem to just be metal. And as your claws connect, it almost blasts back, physically repelling your hand and neutering your assault entirely. 27 is not going to hit his flat-footed.
And then I will shoot the nearest bone devil.
There we go.
Of course. So 29
And 29.
to this bone devil's flat-footed because it is frightened.
Oh, you have that thing now. It is in fact frightened. And this bone devil in front of you, 29 will absolutely hit.
So 12, 16, 19, 21, and bleeding for D6.
Alrighty.
They can bleed, that's right.
21. So as your arrow strikes it does hit, but it kind of glances a bit. You feel the skeletal form of this devil just rejecting such simple damage. It's going to do much less than that. It's going to do less than half. But that's not nothing, which means that he is bleeding. Because the bones can bleed. Bloody Bones, the Skeleton Man. And that brings us around to Marshall.
Well, keep in mind I was above
You are a
everybody.
little above them.
Yep. So I'm gonna float on over to here, which I think
That would be 2 movements.
that would be 2 movements.
Yeah,
have 10
speed
foot.
10. So
Even if I have the fleet.
Well, you could actually go here,
Ability.
and then you could just rage and grow and end there.
Yeah.
if
yeah,
you
that
wanted
it
to.
gives you a fixed speed while you're a fart cloud. So like
Okay.
your fleet and your unracial things don't matter.
but I would
You
only
just,
be
like,
able to
are
go
speed
large.
10.
You go huge if you're here, because you have enough room, doesn't he?
Yeah, if you go here, you can expand to the south and just over the tables and
That
be
works.
a massive man.
All right. Well, you just. And then it disperses, and you just. Well, you specifically would probably smell a pungent smell of potato and booze. And you would see a marshal appear with rectangle. All right, now this is gonna get fun. Let me show you a new trick.
So as you float down and appear, I gotta hit you with the sadness of dismissing it as an action. So move, anti-fog,
I thought it was a free.
and rage is your turn.
Okay, but
You are there, rectangle up, ready to smork this dude.
Well, this is the first time I've gone huge.
Ooh, it is. You tried before and it didn't work.
Yep.
Right, you've actually got the
So
space
this
now.
time, you see Marshall start growing again, but this time something's different. He's not stopping, and then you see like these marks start to singe and then like ignite. There are dwarven runes up and down all his arm, his chest, and even the tips of his beards are igniting in flames as he grows a lot larger.
Oh my goodness, I've never seen him do that before.
Does he always do
Sergeant,
that?
I think he's gone crazy.
And this meeting hall is like 20 feet high. You're up on a stage.
I'm pretty
that's-
snug, but
It's a
I'm
couple feet up, but yeah, you're filling almost the entirety of this space. Like you are
ready
you are
to play.
pretty much up to the ceiling.
You're
You
like
are
a Dark Souls boss right
You
now.
are
Pretty much.
massive. You absolutely dwarf these bone devils.
Give him a little point.
But it's okay. I'm big, I'm ready, and I have AOO. I'm happy.
Martin's like, Okay.
A fart cloud to a dwarf to a giant. Okay.
A really big one.
Resume.
Resme will say, fine, if I can't banish you, let's majorly inconvenience you. Temporis enfilad ekranade. And I'm gonna cast a 6th level slow on everybody in the darned room.
As you're gonna throw that, Baltus turns a hand up. Temporis accelera! To counter it.
Alright, go for it.
What is your spell DC?
It's gonna be a
So automatic to all time. I've done it for a year of
31?
campaign.
31. Unless, what kind of magic is it?
He also has slow prepared.
No,
so
no,
he's
no,
like
what
exact
type
countering.
of
Oh, it's
magic?
transmutation is slow.
Okay, I don't have anything for that. I don't think. Not.
Yeah, he is expending his prepared slow to counter your prepared slow.
Oh, does he have it prepared at 6th level?
He does.
Oh, okay.
He was gonna do the same thing to you next time.
I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, good job. You soaked it.
Even if this cancels, we'll call it a wash.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right, so he is going to get a 46.
Jesus.
I think that will snuff it, but you know what?
But
I still
his is
think it
gone
was-
too, because he expends his 6th level casting of slow to counter your 6th level casting of slow.
You know what? I have 3 more.
And the two of you see this, like, all of you rather, would see this kind of wave of energy, this mismatch of wavelengths as these two spells waver in the air, clashing before dissipating to nothing.
And that's it because I was stunned,
You're
but now
stunned.
I'm not stunned anymore.
And as he sees, it cancels this, which does counter spell provoke? No, it doesn't.
It shouldn't.
Most
It
reactions
doesn't.
don't.
No, it doesn't. But I was wondering because it's like he does expend a spell slot. I was like, maybe it provokes. He turns back to Resme and looks back to Roshin, fighting Roshin as two bone devils just piling on you.
No one's really fighting. Roshin's not really fighting everybody. Everyone's just fighting
That's
Roshin.
fair.
Oh, and saves?
And saves.
It's terribly unwise to dabble in magics beyond your understanding.
Funny, I was just about to say the same thing to you.
Funny, I was just about to say the same thing to you too.
Kaikus! And Marshall goes blind.
What?
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 He barks a single word. No motions that would provoke. No spellcasting movements. No save. Marshall goes blind.
Oh, lovely.
That's rude.
And then, with him deactivated, that looming threat of the getting crushed by a giant barbarian, at least somewhat quelled, he pulls his hands together for a proper incantation, for a full spell. And where is this? V Sagitam! And puts a hand up as a row.
Would I still be able to attempt to attack?
Arcane,
Can't see him.
arcane countermeasure.
I mean, I could hear him, but
You can, but yeah, you can't like see an opening well enough to get an attack. That's what I was trying to see. Like, can you get it on counter spell? Because I'm about to make you sad. I'm sorry.
Arcane countermeasure.
Okay, arcane countermeasures comes up.
So +2 status bonus to pretty much everything, and if it matters the level, it's going down by 1.
Level going down by 1 does matter, but the saves does not, because he sees everyone boxing Rashid, and she has a decent job of defending herself, and he lets loose a series of bolts of magical energy out from his hand that whirl around the Bone Devil in front of him, unerringly into Roshin.
Oh.
But your countermeasures lowering the spell level
That's less missiles.
means it's less missiles.
That's good.
So,
Actually, yeah, even dropping it by 1 because it heightens every second. so-
every second, yep.
Yeah, nice.
It was 5th level, so it loses a missile on each. He's 2-actioning it. So you take only 13 points of force damage as he finds his own magic kind of falters a bit
Ugh.
from this.
You know, you really shouldn't cast things you don't understand.
If you could see his face, it would be salty. Rashid.
All right. That's the way you want to play it, eh? Fine then. And crimson energy is going to gather in her hand. Anfaf will shock! And the entire north side of the room is going to be engulfed in a crimson storm that's going to pull the blood from Copy Roshin the top half of the Bone Devil, and Baltus, and they all have a Fortitude save as this cone of red energy pulls the blood out of their bodies.
Pull so hard to get a villain point.
Can I get that point?
From Mistress Chaw in the chat. From a player from my previous campaigns that now wants to see everybody else suffer as she did.
Well, yeah.
Alrighty, so
relate.
let's go down the line here. Copy Rushing has your Fortitude save.
Okay, so she's a
Unedited.
20.
It's gonna be a 32.
32 will normal succeed, so she'll take half. Speaking of which, I need a bunch of d6s.
I have 3.
I'll take them.
5.
The power of friendship.
Whoops.
The 2 Bone Devils are going. Also,
No, only the front Bone Devil. The back one is it's a cone.
Front Bone Devil. Oh, gets a 38.
Normal succeed.
And Baltus. It's a 27.
27's a fail, so he'll take full damage. Okay, so that's
Sucks to suck, Balti.
Sucks to. I mean, well, surprisingly, Fortitude is not his best save.
You don't say.
He is an old man wizard. Holy D6s, Batman. Woo.
all right. So that's a 10. That's a 20.
Must
That's
scooch
a
that card a little
30.
bit that way because it's blocking the dice cam a little bit. That'll do.
That's a 40. That's a 49 negative damage, and so the demon takes half. Copy Roshin takes half. So they'll take 24.
4.
Baltus takes 49. The one target who took the most damage, I get half of his damage as temporary hit points.
Which is 24
As
from
the
Baltus.
blood just congeals into a sphere over her head, which then drops on her, coating her in a red film of mist.
That's disgusting. I love it. Is that a full round?
No, it's only 2 actions.
Okay.
Nice.
And second action is gonna...
Vampiric Insanguinate.
Yeah, and then the second one is raise my shield. Come on, then!
Here comes the bonking. Alright, well, the bonking is going to commence. So, a plethora of targets have suddenly appeared. Bone Devil in the back, who is frightened and certainly understands the source of this is the weird chanting rat, is going to turn his attention to the weird chanting rat as the stinger slashes down towards you with a 35 to hit.
It hits.
You're going to get stung for... Are you good aligned?
No.
20 points of piercing damage.
All right, resistance 3. So 17.
17 points of piercing damage. I need a Fortitude save from you.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. For 31.
A 31 is a maybe. 31 is going to succeed. You are not poisoned. And then it's going to do the same strange snapping motions with its fingers before unleashing a spell onto you. So I'm going to need a will save as well.
Well, I could feel the spell coming over me, and as it's coming, Raz pulls on his hat and disappears. And it disappears.
A coin flies out of his pockets.
Try
Hey!
That is much nicer.
for a 15, so a 37.
37 will critically succeed. Yeah, you're going to take absolutely nothing from this. The other one, this giant marshal behind him, he is quite focused on the aggravation that is Roshin here. While Pseudo Roshin is kind of just sitting there, not super attacking anymore. Baltus didn't take the time to command it after its first salvo was a total failure and did magic missiles instead. It is still slowly with... It is gone.
Poof.
It takes 4d6 damage at the end of every turn, and I rolled 4 6s. I literally don't think I've ever rolled 4 6s on 4d6 in my life before. That is...
Tell me about that. Tell me about that. Tell me about that conjuration magic you're gonna tell me about.
That is fantastically unlikely. Wow. Holy crap, I can't believe I just rolled quadra 6s.
Just please don't ask me what the odds of that are, because I will tell you, and then
That's
I'll look at you
insane.
and I'll be disgusted.
That's so... That's insane, RNG.
This
All
one
right,
bled for 6.
fair enough. Wow.
Wow.
Quadruple 6s. The other one...
That's how attrition works.
The other... It's not so much attrition if it just dies instantly. I don't know if that super counts. It is going to swing once more with the stinger down towards Rasheen. For a 34.
34, bolstered by Raz's peppy song and prepared for this attack, easy deflection with the shield. She actually almost moves in rhythm to Raz's little tail.
And then he is going to step forward, lunging out with a claw, as he does, for much lower than that. But the poison is still coursing through you. I need to make me a fortitude save at the end of its turn there.
And the song bolsters her constitution as well. So that's actually going to be a 33.
And with a 33, with Raz's assistance, you feel the pain of this fading. That poison is not going to affect you any further. And Raz, it is your turn.
Ooh. Seeing the wonderful effect of the Celestial Song, he's going to attempt to continue it even further, with the assistance of King Mataz, of course. We're going to attempt to use Lingering Performance as a free action. Since I'm a Master in Performance, Mataz gives me a +2 to the performance check I'm about to try. As he pulls out a little drum and starts, and every now and then snapping his fingers. For a total of a 25. Let me pull that out so I can.
You need, is it level DC?
It's standard difficult DC of the level equal to the highest level target of my composition.
That 25 definitely fails.
Like, you
No,
only have a
25,
+15?
not a 25.
There's no way.
No, not a 25.
I was like, that's super
Got to get a
fails.
+25, 35.
Okay, I was like, that's super duper fails.
gonna
Like,
be
that's
the-
not even close. 35 succeeds.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lingering performance for Inspired Defense. So if it regular succeeds, so the highest level of us, lasts for 3 rounds without me
Okay.
having to do anything.
So you have 2 more
Nice.
rounds of this Inspired Defense.
And then I'm going to cast Run Away. As he jumps down to all fours and tries to run as far away from the devils as possible.
Like in the corner? Or?
Out the door.
out towards Resume. So
There's a
either
table
go-
in your way. Do you feel good about acrobaticsing over a full-size desk?
Acrobaticsing, no.
So around it is.
Yeah, I have 35 movement.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. 35 would get you around him to the backside.
Big boy.
Or like down here, but not away if you can't super get away from him with 35.
Then I'll use another move action. Ling performance is free, so yes. Run away.
Hello,
Rat
rat
scurry.
friend.
Flee, small rat. Trishik.
So Marshall's blinded. Yep.
Marshall's
and,
pretty clearly blind. As you see, like, his eyes, with this single word, his pupils and irises completely disappeared. His eyes are just milk white. He would almost immediately stumble as he gets this new size for the first time, and then is instantly struck and blind.
This is why I can't have nice things.
Okay, well, I suppose there's a wizard in front of me who I think deserves to be on the ground.
Is it poking time?
It's tripping time.
Tripping time. That's a form of poking. So you poke him with the planet.
Yeah. So, we're going to make an athletics check for. That's actually very good. 35.
35 will succeed. If 35 does not trip the old man, I would have concerns.
All right. Now that the old man has been tripped, I'm going to plunge a claw down at him and just lay a couple strikes into him.
Yep, he is super flat-footed.
So, number 1 is very good. That's going to be a 39.
Ooh, 39 abs absolutely gonna hit him.
Not crit.
No.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, the big boy armor doesn't help him not fall over. It does help him not get stabbed.
You know, your D6s are doing really well today.
Yeah, so 24 on 5d6. That's not bad.
Jeez.
So
That's pretty good. I just got 24 on 4d6, so
Yeah, so you
That's
lose.
true.
get on my level, dude.
So that's
it.
31 total. That was just the d6s.
A solid drop.
And then the second strike is going to be
Just leave the
a
dice thing up.
skirmish strike as I start to shift to get around him.
You want to move straight up, staying adjacent? or-
Yes.
Okay.
That is 1 lower, so the total roll would
5
be
lower
5 lower,
total.
which is still a hit.
Which is what?
34.
34 hits, yeah. Z84 hits because he's on the ground. It is actually close. This armor he's conjured seems to be pretty powerful.
10, 14, 16, 23 total.
You're ripping into this old man.
Yeah. Put him on the ground and just savage him.
So, Marshall, while you are blind, and I actually just have a card for this I can give you.
Yeah.
While you are blind, you still, I mean, there's a fight happening around you. You can hear Baltus Burton casting and going, whoa, as he falls over on the ground, and you can hear the giant bone devils. You know where everything is. You basically just have, before you attack, you have the 50-50 concealment check because you can't see exactly where they are. You can still attack normally, you just get like a 50% mischance added on top of your
Okay,
regular
so
attack.
would I roll percentage for that? Or?
Yeah, well, you just roll a d20, and it's just if it's 11 or higher, you're good.
Okay.
Fortunately, we no longer have to mess with percentage dice. We just do it on d20s now.
Does it eventually fall off of me, or is it like one of those things?
Well, you don't know. I sure hope so.
Yeah, it'd be real inconvenient.
I would hope so. Otherwise, I'd be a very useless barbarian.
We thought it'd be
very
bad when
easy.
Valia lost an arm, man.
Barely an inconvenience.
Barely an inconvenience.
Burton has a -10 to his move speed.
well,
Barton's on the
Marshall
floor.
is going
If
to
he tries to move for whatever reason.
attempt to hit because he remembers just from pure muscle memory and what he can hear around him. He knows that the wizard is still in front of him somewhere.
Hey, you heard him fall over and hit the ground.
So he's gonna try, and he's gonna heighten his senses. Use a hero point.
He's gonna close his eyes and try harder.
He's gonna try harder.
Nice.
That is much better. So he's going to hit. Hopefully,
Is that a 50-50?
That's a
okay,
50-50.
So you pass
Okay.
the 50-50.
he's swinging in with rectangle. Come on.
Hey,
Ooh, that is going to be, and he's prone, right?
He is prone. He's
the
flat-footed.
hammer's basically an AoE.
So that's a 39.
39 will absolutely hit him. This blindness does not stop Marshall at all.
Rectangle.
This ball just falls over, and then the rectangle's bigger than his frickin' desk. So I mean, like, you don't have to see exactly where he is.
Plus 17, so 37 sound and bludgeoning damage.
Boom.
He has to make a fortitude save, I believe.
Yes, he does.
I cast Deaf.
That's on crit.
That's on a crit, right?
Oh, it's on crits. You're
It's
right.
on crits, yeah.
Not natural, not normal.
Or you're right.
Sonic damage.
And he's going to do the 50-50 shot again because he's got nothing better to do, so
Bonk him. We passed the 50-50.
he passed 50-50.
Bonk him.
Bonking him again.
Give him a 20.
He's going to re-grip his focus.
Marshall
last
is
hero
super
point.
pissed off.
Burning those points.
Marshall's
mean,
mad.
Blind me, will you?
How dare you.
Aw.
And I rolled a
There's a new floor hole.
So, I mean, honestly, the first hit is powerful enough that it would probably crunch Baltus and his armor into the planks, and the second would just lay a huge impression next to him. Well,
I'm just going to roll for 20s at this point.
50-50, and then maybe you get a 20.
Nope, I don't see anything.
Just slamming
I
like
am a
crazy. But hey,
whack-a-mole.
one of them found him. So, like,
That's all you need sometimes is one.
resume.
Seeing these things and seeing Roisin be hurt will actually send her into what looks like a little bit of a shake, but she'll pull it back together and shape her magic into the form of a large lightning bolt and cast out Ventus Fulmina at the demon to her left.
Okay.
He's gonna need to make me a reflex save.
Alrighty. Your boy gets a 39 on his reflex save.
That's gonna succeed, so he's only gonna take half, but this is chain lightning,
This
so
is
it's
chain lightning
it's going
time.
on to his next friend.
So this is going down the devils first.
It's going down the devils first.
Second devil. I'm just gonna use a villain point. That's a natural one. Let's
But mommy,
let's use a Zerich 17. Why don't you not have him have his bones literally just explode like a pinata?
But it could be fun.
All right, so that was 39. This is 3 lower, so a 36.
That will also succeed, so he'll take
and
half,
half.
but it will keep going.
Baltus Burton, is this an arcane
Reflex.
spell of yours?
It is indeed arcane,
Okay.
because I'm a rock and roll sorcerer.
He's got a bonus against Arc. He understands this petty magic you bring against him.
Even though it's
Roll
the
me
same
a
magic
one.
he uses.
Natural 20.
I hate you. I mean, it's okay. It crit. That's why I
Yeah,
started with them.
Marshall crushed him into the floor, so the lightning just went over him.
As it surges through, as it bounces to the two bone devils, you actually see Baltus throw a hand up and redirect this arc just off into the ceiling above him, turning it completely away from him. With a complete understanding.
Okay, so that's going to be 18 plus 9, which is 27. 27 plus 11 is 38 times 2, so they're just going to take 38.
Oh yeah, because we're just rolling half of them. We're getting to the point where there's way too many d6s involved here.
Well, that's D12s, so.
Those are D12s.
Way too many d12s involved here. Okay, yep, they have no particular lightning resistance, so 38, 2 each.
To lightning damage.
Fun fact, that's how much the one has on him right now, so, you know, we just doubled it.
And Resme will kind of
Right, I
pull
forgot
herself
this is
back
Foundry
together.
experience.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. And she'll toss up a magical shield, but she still looks shaken.
I'm doing good. No worries.
Okay. You look bloody. I don't like it.
It's not mine.
How much health do you have left?
Roshin?
Yeah.
Well, with or without my temporary hit points?
Without.
Without, I have 118.
Yeah, you're totally fine. You're chilling.
I have 24 temp hit points on top of that.
And
so.
Raz, what did you take?
I took 17.
I gotta remember that.
Look at your
Actually,
health bars.
I have these now. That's half the point of being on Foundry is I have the neat, like, health overlays I can display here. I gotta remember to update them. Roshin's is gonna be a vague approximation because, like,
Temp
fast
HP.
healing and temp HP.
Not casting right now.
Tons of other stuff happens.
But
so
lots
fair
of temp
enough.
HP, yeah.
So that was your one action left?
I tossed up shield.
Oh, yep, of course. Shield, please help. So, Baltus is going to stand up from the ground, pulling himself out of this hole here,
I wish I could.
and turning to throw up one of his van braces up towards Trishik, almost throwing his hand out to you like he's throwing something at you, but just kind of as a diversion to try to cover himself as he gets up. But you see his hand reach out towards his desk a little away from him and glow a bit. And one of the pieces of paper on there fizzles away. And as he pulls that magic back, puts his hands back together, and pour assess it, and casts up a 6th level slow across.
Wizard stuff.
Not the whole. Does not actually reach
Arcane
Roshin.
countermeasure.
Does reach Rez. Does not reach Roshin.
Arcane countermeasure, so everybody get +2 to your rolls.
Well, I saw what he was going for, so I'm going to hunker down and try and force this magic off myself and re-roll that to a much better.
That's gonna drop it down a level.
It does go down a level.
So he can't target 10. If he's casting it at 6, it drops it to 5th. He can target 1 person.
Huh.
Happy
don't-
birthday to me.
Well, it's already happened.
I
You
know, I don't know,
can't-
I don't know.
You
It
can't
might not work.
change the targets of the spell because
I don't even know. It may
the
not work
spell
that
has
way.
already happened. Like it's already cast on everyone. It is
So
weakened, but
Oh,
it is,
you can't weaken it below its minimum. Okay. That's
Yeah,
fine.
like it's
Yeah,
already
you're right.
also has all of its targets. Like that's already happened. It's
Got
now
it.
like a level lower, but
So I guess it'd be the minimum would be the height.
well, it can definitely lose height in stages. But like when you cast the spell's targeted everyone it's going to target. It's already happened.
Is it a-
Arcane countermeasures can't retroactively make it untarget people.
Okay.
Well, they're a response.
It's a fortitude save, right?
Yeah.
Fortitude save,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
I don't think that's not going to change the targets.
Well, good thing I'm good at fortitude. But I'm.
That is very nice. I will take that.
All right, Trishik.
32.
But I'm
Get in the stack
Nice
here.
stuff.
32 is going to regular fail, so you are slowed for 1 minute. Marshall?
27.
27 is going to regular fail. You're slowed for 1 minute. Rails.
We got a +2 status.
So
Yeah.
plus 2.
36.
36. You are only slowed for 1 round, so you basically just stunned 1.
Does this and that stack?
No.
No, they're both
They're both
okay.
status
They're both
bonus.
status bonuses.
And Resme.
It's going to be a 36.
Okay, so you are both regularly succeed. You're both slowed for 1 round.
Okay. Slowed 1 for 1 round.
Slowed 1 for 1 round. You're
Got it.
basically stunned 1.
Yeah.
Roshin,
All right.
you were out of range of that
I am out of range of that.
by 5 feet.
Worked out.
He's prone, so he couldn't step over before he did it.
All right. Now then, to deal with you, step up to engage in with the Bone Devil and smash my Morning Star down on its head. So that's going to be a 32.
A 32 is absolutely going to hit.
Bonk. It is silvered,
It is silver.
and it's cold iron, if that matters at all. So that's going to be, let's see here, 8, no curse activation. So that's going to be 12 12 bludgeoning damage, and then whatever happens from silver hit.
Alrighty, so as you hit this thing, the silver causes your mace to bite through true. Whatever protections the devil has don't hold up, but it is not particularly weak to it. It doesn't take extra damage. It just circumvents its damage reduction.
Okay, fair enough.
It's not a Velstrak, unfortunately. Not all devils are categorically weak to the silver.
Fair
but
enough.
you get the full damage bonk.
All right, that works. Quick, with her last action, with a practiced flick, she's going to pull her emblem off of her tabard, Anfamerige, and spin a whirling scarves out of her tabard.
All right. And that will bring us to the idiots. These bone devils, now this one's starting to get a bit injured. It is going to step back from you again, backing up almost against Marshall here as it continues to try to hold you back, whipping the stinger down towards you. For 31.
The active shield, and
And
just
concealment
deflect
anyway.
it. And
But
concealment
yeah, so
anyway.
like the super doesn't hit.
Okay.
Following that up by bringing the stinger down once again, I'll do concealment first. It just keeps trying to pound you. Passes concealment, and then it's like a 19 to hit.
Concealment's a 6, by the way.
It was like a 12.
Oh,
Yeah, it's passes concealment, then it gets like a 6,
And then bleeds for 1.
and then bleeds for 1.
eh.
Meh.
It's his time of the month.
And then the one behind you is going to continue. Well, has Dirge of Doom continued? They're not frightened anymore, right?
They're not frightened
Okay, that's what I
anymore.
thought. He's still mad about it, and he's gonna follow you,
That's fair.
lashing out with his stinger as he approaches, chasing Raz around the face of the stage here for a natural 20 on the stinger
That hurts.
coming down,
Please stop.
giving you a pocus. You are going to take 40 points of piercing damage,
37.
37 points of piercing damage,
Hurts.
and then I need you to make me a fortitude save.
For a 30.
A 30 will succeed. And then as it scrambles after you, again, it just reaches out with a claw. Swiping towards you for a 31.
31 hit right on the nose.
Let me make sure it's a 31. 2 minus 4, 19. 29, actually.
Does not hit.
29 does not hit. And now it is your turn, good sir.
Well.
Raz, give him the Mateus.
give him- Actually, seeing how. Shoot me. So scared. Going to cast Soothe on myself. I'm gonna be very greedy with this.
Okay.
As a level 3.
Is it really greed if you're the most injured one?
No. It's not great, it's just not wanting to die.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
it seems
wanting
legit.
to die. So
You better soothe yourself with your
3d10
music the
plus
moment
12.
you want it.
22 plus 12 is 34. Yay.
Yeah.
Soothe yourself.
Yeah.
It's good.
Dun, dun,
As
dun, dun,
Mataz starts squeaking and Raz just calms down, kind of stares off into space for a second and snaps back to it.
Mataz sings you a lullaby.
Sings me a lullaby. And that's it.
Trishik,
I'm slowed 1,
you are slowed 1.
but you know what that's not going to stop me from doing?
Is it stabbing Burton repeatedly?
Tripping and then stabbing Burton.
So I say you can get up.
It would have been much simpler for you if you just stayed down. Well, that's 36 to trip.
Yep, 36. 36 gonna bring him down.
You push him back in the hole.
That boy be tripping.
And
And
as
then
he
to attack.
as he falls over, he's just swing down at him. It would have been wiser for all of you never to return here.
I
in the
did
hole.
miss with a 25.
25 is going to miss. Marshall,
Well,
also slowed 1, also blind. You hear him fall back down.
I'm gonna take that opportunity to attempt to hit.
Hit him like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know
hit him
if
like
the thunder
that.
came to
So,
the microphone, but hit him
I
like
guess
that. That was
Concealment.
Concealment.
Big thunder.
Yeah.
Pass.
Okay, so I
Bonk.
actually get the bonk.
Yeah.
Oh, that is going to be a big bonk. That is going to be a 40.
40 is absolutely gonna hit him.
Le bonk.
With the flat-footed.
Oh, jeez. That's a big number, I think.
37.
Yeah. Wait, right? No. Yes. 21
12 plus 9
2.
plus 1 plus 17. 37.
Yep, 37.
Total damage?
Sound and bludgeoning. Yep. Did that crit all? I don't think it did.
No.
It's not crit, no.
All right. Well,
Good armor.
Bonk him again.
I'm gonna try to concealment. No.
Might as well
That's
just going for it, just swinging like a crazy
Might as well.
person.
I can't do anything
You
else.
just hammer the floor behind you, destroying this counter,
10
sending
rounds.
stuff all over
So
the
9
place, making a whole bunch of holes with this giant mallet is bashing away. Yeah, you're slowed for a minute. That's not going anywhere.
Oh.
Resme.
This fight will be over before that's gone.
Resme, who's just minorly slowed, she knows how this works, but she'll still shape her magic together and look at the devil that doesn't have much damage on him. I will ground your bones to dust, destructum endorum, disintegrate.
Goodbye, my friend.
Here's the bone hurting
So,
ray.
you gotta hit him with disintegrate, I'm pretty sure.
I do indeed.
I wondered what would make Resme use disintegrate on a living creature. Apparently, Bone Devil would do it.
That's not living.
It's just bones.
Absolutely living.
It's just
Nah,
Nah,
it's
man.
just a pile
It's
of
just a
sentient
pile-
bones.
Yeah, what he said. You know what? Resme pulls that magic together, and as she's shaping it, at the last second, she whips it back around, so it comes up from behind him.
The whirling
Playing Wanted.
disintegrate bolt. Believe.
Can you curve the disintegrate ray?
Oh, I
Apparently
do
she
believe.
can.
She does curve it.
That's gonna be a 38.
38's gonna hit.
He's gonna take 12 d10 damage, and that's not a critical hit, right?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is close, but it is not a critical
I
hit.
need all of the d10s.
So, it gets a save first.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It does?
It does.
It gets a fort save?
It's a basic fortitude save.
Oh, okay.
You're
You're right, it does. I'm sorry. I'm used to, if I hit it, it not getting a save.
How is fortitude your lowest save? You're a
They're
skeleton.
made of
Because
bones.
they're made of bones!
You're a skeleton monster. Okay,
The bones are weak.
come here. You roll on the paper. Thank you.
having trouble over there?
Yes. 31.
31 will just need it.
The regular succeeds. It's gonna take a half. So it's gonna take 6 d10.
Here.
I need 1. Yep.
Bzz.
17, 18, 19, 20, 25, 29. 35 points of you're not here damage.
Of zap damage.
Yeah, 35 points of please stop being alive. What kind of damage does disintegrate do? Just damage.
No, it's
Fair
just
enough.
damage.
Just-
Like, it, you
what
just.
kind of damage? Damage, obviously.
The deletion type.
D10 back.
Oh, yeah.
Where's your.
You ever highlight something and then hit the delete
purple
button?
one.
The solid blast. Burton is going to stand up from the hole again. This time pulling himself back away. He's not quick. The armor protects him pretty well, but you can tell he's clearly a bit of an old man, and this is starting to get to him. But he reaches down to his hip and grasps at seemingly nothing and pulls forth a blade. A small black handle concealed in his hand. Emerging behind it, what appears to be about a 4-foot-long sword, seemingly forged of pure fire, that he just draws out from nowhere. And turning towards Trishik, I don't know who you are or why you've allied with these assassins, but you'll find your end here. And twists his hand and swings the sword down towards you.
And I will, of course, dodge this.
These assassins. He says to the assassin.
Man believes his own hype. What can I say?
35.
Just a normal hit.
And this fire of the blade bites and slashes across you, searing through your armor, but still drawing blood as a standard sword.
I'm not wearing armor.
That's right. So I guess it just cuts you real good. That's why it works so good.
Aren't you wearing the suit though?
Well, it's clothes, but it's not armor.
It's going to hit you for 28 points of slashing damage, as well as 3 more of fire, so 31 total.
Not fire damage.
Y'all take the fire?
We got another ring of fire resistance the other
Oh,
day.
you have another ring of fire resistance, so just 28 points of slashing damage that pulls it
3.
across you.
Resistance 3 to all physical damage.
Oh, yeah.
So
I take 3
25
less.
damage.
Counts. It does.
It does. It makes a difference in the long run.
Physical damage is physical. All right, standing up, drawing his weapon, and swinging.
We
Rasheen.
all have rings of fire resistance.
Isn't that great?
Man pulls out a blade made of pure fire to a party equipped exclusively with rings of fire resistance, or is martialism.
I'm sorry, this is the Age of Ashes?
Yeah. He should have read the title.
He should have
he
read the title.
title.
Bring
should read-
fire.
We
We're
did.
obviously going to be retardant, yeah.
Yeah,
Hi, Rasheen.
All right. So this thing is kind of trying to back away from him. Think I've got you on the run, do ya? Schlade! And red crimson energy is gonna lance out as I throw a divine lance at him as he thinks he's backing away from me. Ooh, that's a good roll. That's gonna be a 38 to hit.
38's absolutely going to hit him. You're
Wow.
so close to crits and just not getting him.
So sad.
Right there.
I don't know why
It
his
is
name
sad.
is Lance. Thank you for taking my spell dice away. It's okay.
Oh, that
I
was
know
just
what it
track how
was.
many spells.
That's fine.
Just make
I
hash marks with a pencil. We make
Hate
a
you.
brand new character sheet every level.
It's fine. I didn't need that.
All right, it's
Grumpy
64.
now.
I'll just roll 2 of these. Let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus 5, 17 good damage.
Now with this, good damage, he's absolutely weak to. As that is going to hit and sear bleaching across the bones that it hits, turning them a stark white from their pallid yellow as he recoils screeching from this blast, throwing a wing in front of himself to try to protect. Clearly now on the defensive.
Oh, that hurt, did it? And she's going to, she's actually going to, she's going to stride to get on top of the table. I don't know if you want to call it difficult or not.
It'll probably be difficult trying climbing up on a desk. It's not like acrobatics check territory, but
So that's 10, 20, and she'll end next to Marshall, but still within range of this thing.
okay. And now, it's seriously raining today. I'm glad our power's held up, though. This bony boy next to you is going to... He's in a lot of pain. He's taking a lot of damage. He's pretty generally upset about the situation. He is going to scamper to the edge of the stage. And as he does, pull both of his hands up, curl up, standing up on his hind legs so he has both hands free, wings kind of folded around him, and incant something and disappear.
I'm not going to be fooled by it this time.
And then bleed for 6.
And then take 6 bleeding damage, which is never going to end. He's bleeding forever.
Little puddles on the floor.
You can follow him because he's bleeding.
The one on the southern end is hurt, but undeterred, and is still just really offended by the concept of Raz's existence.
Most people are.
And it's gonna swing a stinger
How dare you speak in 2
down
languages I
towards you
understand.
for a 40.
Hits.
Doesn't crit because of your thing, huh?
+1.
That's pretty good.
It got value.
Value. You're going to take 19 points of piercing damage. Give me a fortitude save.
16 points of damage and a fortitude save.
Nicely done.
For
I think what I'll
30
probably
again.
A 30 again. You're still good. I think what I'll probably do is I'll just stop tracking the player's health on this because there's so many variables and things that happen, and I'll just track my dudes.
Yeah.
And I'll just hide all your health bars because it's added one too many things to bookkeep during combat for me to run everything over here.
We got a lot of stuff going on.
And then he's gonna swipe with a claw, bearing down, and bringing it straight down, slamming. Not even going for the claws so much; it's just trying to flatten you beneath his hand for a 26.
Does not hit as.
Please stop. And he hits. And he brings it up and hits it again. He's angry for a much lower, but he is also at this point almost just flailing. Raz.
So I wanted targeting around the area, a 30-foot emanation. There's going to be, well, there won't be actually anything. As you see Raz start to incant something, he's going to cast Synaptic Pulse, hitting the Bone Devil in front of him and trying to angle it so it hits the last lone location you saw the other ones, 30-foot emanation and 30-foot range. They both make a will save.
Wheela save.
We'll see.
Whoops.
We'll see.
29.
29 fails. He's stunned 2.
Okay.
Nice.
So he's just recoiling there.
As you see it just reach up and just grab its head as if its mind is in pain.
And it pulls its hand back immediately and kind of staggers up, standing almost tall, arcing up now 15 feet above the stage, almost as tall as Marshall here, as he gets like standing up real long, reeling from this blast. And then you still have one left, right? Is that that's not the reactions?
Yeah, that was trying to target both of them, but yeah. And then I cast shield. Like you just hear him mimic Resume, not knowing what the words actually are, but she knows what the effect is, so just shield.
Rashik.
And that's over. That was the last turn
What?
of his emanation.
That's-
Okay.
I just wanted to let everyone know.
Oh, fair
It's
enough.
still up one more round.
One more round?
Yeah.
This is the last
this
round.
The third.
It started the tracker, so
I started.
it goes all the way because I've gone twice since then.
Oh, so does extending it like refresh the
It gives-
duration on
yeah.
top of it?
It gives it yes.
Okay, I thought you got a total
okay.
of 3. So you
Yeah,
got one
me
more.
too.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Nice,
Rashik.
nice.
Nice.
So, I'm going to strike out, making it look as if I'm going to jab at his face, instead wrapping my hand around the back of his collar as I kick out and go to trip him again.
Stop!
Back of the hole.
And
Back to the pit.
he saw this one coming.
You knocked him over. You tripped the old man twice. He's tired of it now.
So, when you critically fail to trip someone,
You fall down.
I fall down.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine because I'm not flat-footed when I'm
Yeah,
on the
you
ground.
go to knock him over, and now that he has this sword up in his hand, you have to get around. He punches out, pushing back with the butt of this flaming blade and pushes you over.
Gonna swipe and kick him from down here and trip him.
-5.
Get on the ground.
22. That was not a good roll with a
22's not-
-5.
Not gonna do it, unfortunately. Marshall.
Concealment. Pass.
Bonk.
No bonk.
No.
No bonk. That's
Second.
a 26.
Yeah, no bonk. He's not down this time. He's up now. Concealment.
Pass.
Pass.
Bonk. Marshall just
He
going.
hits the whole square.
19.
going
so
nuts.
That's a bonk.
That is a bonk. So 14 plus 22, that's
36.
36.
36 will hit him.
Bonk!
Whap.
I love this entire fight. Marshall's just so mad he's blind. He's just been going bananas on this square the whole time.
So that's going to be
30.
30. Just plain 30.
30 points of damage. As this hammer hits him, forces him down almost crouching, with the armor starting to crumple a little bit. And as you're beating into him here, the armor's not so much taking damage as it's almost fading away. The hand that's bearing the sword now has no gauntlet or vambrace. One of his greaves is half gone, and even parts of his one of his pauldrons has disappeared entirely. They're just fading back out of existence as he gets beaten down, revealing just bits of his bloodied robes beneath. Resme.
Boltus, let me show you how magic works. Marshall, clench up. magic missile. Magic missile through his legs. And they're gonna be just flying through his legs because he's huge at this point. Like I'm literally.
Yeah, he's shooting around him, and he's gonna throw a hand your direction. Visagitum! And try to counter. He still has a 5th level casting of that left. He's gonna try to counter it.
Try.
Oh, it's like bad, but not enough for a villain point bad. So we're just playing hope it works.
I have done that.
33.
33 will just succeed.
Okay, so he will counteract that spell with his own as you try to burrow these down on him. I assume you're a 3 action magic missiling, of course. And you see all these arcane bolts come out in waves of energy, almost like sonic burst, pulsing out in response from Baltus, canceling each of them as they fly with one hand while he pulls his other hand around.
Are there knots around my leg or something? I can't tell.
You may stop me, but if you've drawn the Ire of House Throne, he slashes at Trishik, you're doomed either way!
Nimble dodge.
Breakdancing on the ground.
Yeah, he's just swinging down at you, trying to choppity, 40.
Not a crit.
Not a crit.
All that matters in this world.
And this man's strikes are surprisingly deft, agile, and precise, given, well, that he looks like an old man.
Yeah, the spell's doing all the work. Roshin has that type
Stupid
of magic.
magic. This is bullcrap. Stupid.
And I'm not flat-footed to whatever this might be.
You're gonna take, yeah, that was just the number. You're gonna take 23 points of slashing damage.
So 20.
20, yeah.
Potentially 1 fire.
Oh, right, if I roll a 6, I guess you take a point of fire damage. You don't. And then he is going to throw a hand out towards Resme. Visagitum! And push this wave back towards you as his
Nimble
own
dodge.
bolts push through. And after your spell, each of these are canceled. These waves of force coming out from him, manifesting in new magical bolts targeting you with
never
magic
mind.
missile.
Did you have shield up?
Doesn't matter. It's magic missile.
You can
Shield can block
Oh,
break it.
magic missile.
oh
thing that
baby!
shield does.
I'm breaking
Because it's a
that
force
thing.
effect.
And you hold that
No,
up.
I didn't have it up. I cast 3 action.
You don't have it this turn!
It's okay. I've taken 0 damage. It's
fine.
fine.
I mean, it makes sense.
Believe it
Well,
or
now
not,
you've
I-
taken 11 points of force damage as a salvo of 4 bolts.
So
sword back around towards you.
frustratingly, they slam into her and they just take down her temp hit points, and she just stands there going,
They
"Stung a
didn't
little.
quite get
It
to the
stung
body."
a little."
Rasheen.
Well, the fact that the devils have decided to get out of the way is actually very convenient. So, Roshin is just going to walk up right next to Burton.
I do provide flanking.
Hello!
Let me show you a little something about magic. And crimson energy is going to again build in her hand. Grime will shock, and she's going to reach out and grab at him as and pull the blood out of the rent armor. He has a fortitude save.
This is vampiric touch, isn't
It is level 6.
it? Big vampiric touch. You got nothing left to counter that one.
Good touch, bad touch.
He didn't prep divine magic.
I wasn't ready for this. Ooh. That's pretty bad. 26.
Ooh, that's a fail. He's going to take 16 d6 negative damage.
What?
It's my signature spell.
What?
66 to start with, and plus 2d6 every level. So I'm just gonna roll this and double it.
Just math.
We're playing Warhammer now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've considered going and buying a set of green orc
Kind of a
dice
trash roll,
for
actually.
True Chic.
It's the dice-capades.
If you want to roll the second half, you can roll the second half.
Okay, 10, 5, 10. That's do math. That's 18. And second half.
I don't think it matters.
Doubling's convenience, but like you can roll them all if you want.
18. So that's 28, 30. That's gonna be 40. That's 47 negative damage that gets pulled out of his body.
And as you pull this out of him, he takes his swipes at Trishik and turns around to face you. As he turns around, like missteps around this hole, Marshall is pounded into the ground here and stumbles a bit. Taking a last like desperate swing. He ends up just falling over down into the hole. And what happens to him?
The energy will just be pulled out of him, and it just keeps going as his body gets paler and paler and then starts to wither until finally it collapses and actually poofs out into dust as his body just completely exsanguinates. Thus told tyrants. Now then, and she turns around and just glares back at the one bone devil she can see.
Happy Liberation Day!
Who is immediately still recoiling from this stun too. Is going to go to cast a spell, but stunned. He's stunned too, right?
Yeah.
As he is, can't really get it out as he just kind of staggers backwards away from the group. Where, at this point, honestly, the group of you could quite easily bring down this lone, straggling devil.
Oh, no, 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 no.
There's an off
There's
chance.
2 of them in there.
He's
There's
still bleeding.
2.
What are you doing?
Chasing down the one that's invisible.
How?
He's bleeding.
You don't see the blood going anywhere.
Do I get my sight back?
Well, he would take another
Nope.
D6 guaranteed.
6.
He took 6 more.
It takes 6 more as
Does
he
it
continues
stop?
to bleed. It does fine. Well, he can take the actions to stop it.
Oh,
Um,
he might make it worse.
if
Who knows?
so one thing that Roshin would like to do if no one actually walks over there is just flood that entire half of the room with her last level 6 spell and just vampiric exsanguinate the entire corner.
This surge ripping the life force out from this last bone devil that's visible as it twists and collapses to the ground. Its bones now just blackened in a burned husk.
We now have proof.
Finally, you would hear the front door pound open with a splintering of wood as a guard stumbles in, falling onto the ground in front of him as he's finally battered through. There's a couple more behind him. And you can see the secretary kind of hiding there, but the guards quickly turn around to screaming further in Breachill as you see the other bone devil bleeding, jumping across rooftops in the distance past Monument Circle at the other end, that stops to cast another spell and disappears again.
And don't come back!
The devil that literally would not die lives to tell the tale
How did he get out?
for another, because all devils have Dimension Door. It's just like a base devil ability, man. They've all got it.
I mean, I guess I'm still sitting there going, is it over?
You're gonna make
Mm-hmm.
Roshin pick up that spell that stops them
I'm gonna
from doing
dimensional
that.
anchor. I'm getting
This-
it. Just for this guy.
Burton, dead or dying on the ground, Marshall with no real confidence this fight is over, still just bashing away with the hammer here.
Pretty much.
Marshall, it's fine. Everyone's dead.
We got him.
Oh,
Oh,
all the bad people are dead. We're still alive.
Yes.
I
This is a
poofed
good
back
thing.
to normal size. But am I still blind?
And as
though?
you
That's
shrinks
the-
back down, you are still blind.
This is bad. This sucks.
And with Baltus Burton brought down, the conclusion of this little bit of our saga will have to come together next week. Guards pouring into the door, the group of you standing around the absolutely obliterated corpse of Baltus, who is now just a battered, bloodied corpse of an old man, armor nowhere to be seen. Still gripping that little handle as the fire from that blade fizzles out, leaving nothing but the haft and guard. We return next week to continue our adventures. Well,
How do we explain this mess?
something will come of this.
There was a devil on the roof.
He's not wrong.
You saw it, I saw it.
There-
There's devil on the
Devil
roof.
on the roof.
There's demon on the roof.
You got the summoning circle in front of the thing here. You got all of these.
We have the
documents
letter
to
from
go
House
through.
Thrune literally saying, hey, we want you to be our cat's paw in this country that's no longer under our jurisdiction.
And we have Bonnie. Let's be honest. Do we really need any
The
of
problem
The
that?
is
bone devil
probably
didn't
more
get
the
away.
fact that Marshall still seems to be blind.
Yeah, that's concerning.
But
Get him some
perhaps
glasses.
Breachill has been released from the influence of the head Councilor Burton. When we return next week, next Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Let me figure out what's going on. Stupid rat is below the camera. Thank you, everyone, for coming here, for hanging out.
Hey guys, the power didn't go out.
Power didn't go out, which is super cool. We're doing some modification of system learning here. I think trying to manage everybody's health on Foundry, I bit off slightly more than I can reasonably manage at one time while I'm doing everything, running the show and also GMing. So I'll probably just axe the health bars idea. They were neat. But I think I'll still do the enemies because it literally just saves me scratch paper. And is neat and visible for you guys. We'll figure it out. Appreciate you guys bearing with us. When this comes together, we got dice trays. We got a cool new overlay. We got new Foundry systems. When it comes together, it's going to be real clean.
We even got a rat.
We even got a rat. Good night, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekends.